Hey guys, tonight we're going to experience every level of medieval knighthood, starting from a nervous 7-year-old page carrying messages through castle hallways. So before you get comfortable, take a moment, like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Your journey toward knighthood begins long before you ever hold a sword, ride a horse, or dramatically remove a helmet after a battle. In fact, it begins with something far less heroic: being born into the right family. Unlike modern careers, where people occasionally pretend hard work alone determines success, medieval society was refreshingly honest about favoritism. If your father was a knight, nobleman, or wealthy landowner, your chances of becoming a knight were excellent. If your father was a peasant, your chances were roughly equal to becoming the Pope's pet dragon. You were born into a noble household somewhere in medieval Europe. Perhaps your family controls a small manor, perhaps a larger estate. Whatever the size, your future is already being discussed by adults while you are still mastering the complex art of not falling into a fireplace. The world around you feels ancient, noisy, and surprisingly crowded. Servants move constantly through the halls carrying food, firewood, tools, and messages. Dogs sleep wherever they please. Horses fill the stables outside. Chickens wander into places where chickens have absolutely no business being. Medieval people simply accepted this as part of daily life. Your home may be called a castle, but do not imagine endless luxury. Stone walls look impressive from a distance. Up close, they are cold, damp, and remarkably effective at reminding you that central heating has not yet been invented. During winter, everyone crowds around fireplaces while drafts sneak through every crack in the building. A medieval castle could withstand a siege, but it often struggled against February. As a young noble child, however, you enjoy privileges unavailable to most people. While peasant children are learning how to work fields and tend livestock, you are learning prayers, manners, family history, and basic literacy. Tutors and priests supervise your education. They are determined to shape you into a respectable young noble. You are determined to find ways around your lessons. Meals become training exercises disguised as dinner. You learn how to sit properly, speak respectfully, and avoid embarrassing your family. Reaching across the table, speaking out of turn, or stuffing your face like a hungry wolf earns immediate correction. Medieval etiquette was serious business. Entire reputations could be damaged by improper spoon management. At night, stories capture your imagination. Travelling minstrels sing of legendary knights who slay enemies, defend kingdoms, and win everlasting glory. Veterans tell stories of famous battles and heroic charges. Everything sounds magnificent. Curiously, nobody ever sings ballads about dysentery, infected wounds, or spending 3 hours scraping mud off a horse. The stories make knighthood seem like the greatest life imaginable. A shining warrior rides across the countryside, respected by nobles and feared by enemies. What young boy would not dream of such a future? What you do not yet realize is that the path to becoming a knight begins not with glory, but with years of obedience, discipline, and carrying things for people who outrank you. For now, though, you remain a child. You run through castle courtyards, chase dogs, annoy servants, and enjoy the final years of freedom before adulthood arrives. And in medieval Europe, adulthood tends to arrive carrying a schedule. By the time you reach the age of 7, your childhood is already considered dangerously complete. Modern 7-year-olds might be learning multiplication tables or arguing about bedtime. You, meanwhile, are about to leave home and begin your formal training for knighthood. Medieval society looks at a 7-year-old and thinks, yes, this seems old enough to begin preparing for warfare. One morning, your parents inform you that you will be sent to the household of another noble lord. This is presented as a great honour. Curiously, nobody asks your opinion, The journey itself feels enormous. The familiar walls of your home disappear behind you as wagons, horses, and attendants travel along muddy roads toward your new residence. You may only be travelling a few dozen miles, but to a child who has rarely left his local area, it feels like crossing an entire continent. When you arrive, everything seems larger, busier, and more intimidating. The Lord's household contains dozens, sometimes hundreds of people. Servants rush through corridors, guards patrol gates, horses fill the stables, important visitors arrive unexpectedly. Somewhere in this organised chaos you are expected to find your place. You are now a page. The title sounds impressive. The reality is somewhat less glamorous. Your duties include carrying messages, serving food at meals, helping guests, cleaning equipment, assisting servants, and generally being useful whenever an adult points in your direction. You quickly discover that medieval training follows a simple principle. If a job needs doing, the youngest person nearby will probably do it. Much of your day revolves around observation. You watch how noblemen behave. You study proper manners. You learn who deserves respect and who should be avoided. Medieval courts are filled with politics, rivalries, and hidden tensions. At 7 years old, you understand very little of it, which may actually be your greatest advantage. Mistakes happen frequently. You spill drinks, you forget instructions, you address the wrong person incorrectly. Every mistake brings correction, usually from someone who believes volume is an effective teaching method. Yet despite the challenges, your world begins to expand. You meet experienced warriors. You hear stories from travelling knights. You see fine armour, magnificent horses, and expensive weapons up close for the first time. For the first time, knighthood starts to feel real, not because you're holding a sword, but because you're carrying one behind somebody who already has one. It's a small step toward becoming a knight, a very small step, usually taken while carrying something heavy. As the months pass, your duties as a page become easier. You no longer get lost in the castle corridors quite as often. You have learned most people's names. You can carry a tray without dropping it. Usually. Now your education begins to focus on something every future knight is expected to master: courtly manners. This may sound disappointing. You dreamed about swords, horses, and heroic battles. Instead, adults are teaching you how to stand correctly at dinner. Yet in medieval society, manners are nearly as important as fighting skills. A knight represents his lord wherever he goes. He might attend feasts, negotiations, weddings, religious ceremonies, or diplomatic meetings. One foolish comment could insult an important noble and create problems lasting years. In other words, medieval politics often depended on people pretending to like each other. Every day becomes a lesson in proper behaviour. You learn how to greet nobles. You learn when to speak and when to remain silent. You learn where to sit at a feast and which guests deserve special attention. You learn how to serve wine correctly. You learn how to bow. You learn how to avoid staring at powerful people like an amazed farm animal. Some lessons seem endless. At meals, every movement is observed. Do not chew loudly. Do not grab food before your betters. Do not wipe your hands on the tablecloth. Do not start eating before the Lord does. The list continues for what feels like several centuries. You also begin studying conversation. Noble society values wit, charm, and intelligence. A future knight must be able to speak confidently with lords, ladies, church officials, and visiting dignitaries. Unfortunately, confidence takes practice. The first time an important guest asks you a question, your carefully prepared answer may vanish entirely from your mind. You stand there silently. The guest stares. You stare back. A nearby servant eventually rescues the situation. The memory will continue haunting you for many years. Yet slowly, you improve. You learn how people gain influence at court. You notice which nobles command respect when they enter a room. You observe how alliances form during conversations and feasts. You discover that power does not always belong to the strongest warrior. Sometimes it belongs to the person who can convince everyone else to agree with him. This realization is both fascinating and disappointing. After all, learning swordsmanship sounds much more exciting than learning politics. Unfortunately, many medieval knights eventually discover that surviving court can be far more difficult than surviving battle. At least on a battlefield, people are usually honest about trying to defeat you. By now, you have spent years learning manners, serving nobles, and navigating the complicated social ecosystem of castle life. You know how to behave at a feast. You know how to carry messages. You know which nobles are generous, and which ones seem permanently offended by the existence of other human beings. At last, your education begins focusing on the part you have been waiting for. Weapons. The adults finally decide that you are old enough to start learning how to fight. Not with real swords, of course. Nobody wants to explain to your parents how their future knight accidentally removed his own fingers during training. Instead, you begin with wooden weapons. Every morning, training starts early, very early. Medieval people had a remarkable ability to wake up before sunrise and immediately begin making life difficult for children. Under the supervision of experienced warriors, you learn the fundamentals of combat. How to stand, how to move, how to hold a weapon properly, how not to fall over while attempting any of the previous 3 tasks. The last lesson proves especially challenging. At first you are terrible. Everyone is. Your strikes are slow. Your balance is poor. Your footwork resembles a confused goose crossing a frozen pond. The older boys find this hilarious. A few years earlier, they looked exactly the same. They have conveniently forgotten this fact. Training sessions are exhausting. You run. You wrestle. You practice with wooden swords. You strengthen your arms and legs. You repeat the same movements hundreds of times until they become instinctive. Whenever you think you are improving, an experienced instructor effortlessly defeats you in seconds. This becomes a recurring theme. Horseback riding also becomes a major part of your education. A knight without a horse is like a ship without a sail. Technically possible, but nobody is going to be impressed. You spend countless hours learning to ride, guide, and control horses. Some horses cooperate willingly. Others appear to have dedicated their lives to testing your patience. One particularly stubborn horse seems to view every lesson as a negotiation. The horse wins most of them. As the months pass, your confidence grows. You begin participating in mock battles against other pages. Wooden swords clash. Boys charge across training fields imagining themselves as legendary warriors. Sometimes you win. Sometimes you lose. Sometimes you trip over your own feet before either can happen. Yet something important is changing. The child who arrived carrying trays and messages is slowly becoming stronger, faster, and more disciplined. Knighthood still lies years ahead, but for the first time, you can almost see it on the horizon. Right before an instructor orders you to run another lap around the courtyard. Around the age of 14, your life changes once again. After years of service as a page, countless lessons in manners, and enough weapons training to leave every muscle sore, you finally receive a promotion. You become a squire. This sounds extremely impressive, and it is, for approximately 5 minutes. Then someone hands you a long list of responsibilities. Unlike a page, who serves an entire household, a squire serves one specific knight. From this point forward, much of your life revolves around that individual. His schedule becomes your schedule. His problems become your problems. His horse occasionally becomes your problem as well. Your knight is a veteran warrior with years of experience. He has fought in battles, attended tournaments, negotiated disputes, and accumulated enough scars to make every story sound believable. Your job is to learn everything you can from him. You begin each morning before sunrise. While most sensible people are still asleep, you are already helping prepare equipment for the day. Armor must be cleaned and inspected. Weapons must be maintained. Horses must be groomed and fed. The amount of time required to maintain a knight's equipment is astonishing. The songs about knighthood rarely mention polishing rust. They should. A surprising amount of medieval warfare depends upon someone remembering to oil metal. You also assist your knight whenever he travels. Whether attending tournaments, hunting trips, military inspections, or visits to neighbouring lords, you accompany him everywhere. At first, carrying equipment seems manageable. Then you discover how much equipment a knight actually owns. Armour pieces, weapons, shields, spare weapons, extra clothing, personal belongings, items that appear completely unnecessary but somehow remain essential. By the end of some journeys, you feel less like an apprentice warrior and more like a heavily burdened pack mule. Yet this stage of your education teaches lessons impossible to learn in a classroom. You observe how experienced knights behave. You watch your master negotiate with nobles. You see how he commands soldiers. You witness disagreements, alliances and rivalries that shape the political world around you. Most importantly, you begin training with real weapons more frequently. The instructors become tougher. The expectations become higher. Mistakes that once earned laughter now earn criticism. Nobody expects perfection, but everyone expects improvement. Slowly, you begin earning respect. Not because of your family name, not because of your future potential, but because of your work. For the first time, people stop seeing you as a child preparing to become a knight. They start seeing you as a young warrior already on the path. The destination remains years away, but the road ahead finally feels real. As a squire, your education moves beyond practice yards and training fields. You are no longer simply learning how to become a knight. You are living beside one. Every day provides a front row seat to the realities of medieval knighthood, and the experience is far less glamorous than the song suggested. The minstrels always sing about the charge into battle. They rarely sing about the 6 hours spent waiting beforehand. Your knight takes you everywhere. You accompany him to tournaments, hunts, feasts, military musters, and diplomatic meetings. Whenever he travels, you travel. Whenever he stops, you stop. Whenever he decides to ride across 20 muddy miles of countryside because someone sent an urgent message, you ride across 20 muddy miles of countryside as well. This arrangement feels much less romantic during rainstorms. You begin learning the true responsibilities of knighthood. A knight is not simply a warrior. He is also a landowner, administrator, diplomat, judge, military leader, and occasionally a reluctant babysitter for quarrelsome nobles. Many disputes never reach a battlefield. Instead, they unfold through endless negotiations, agreements, and arguments. You watch your master settle disagreements over land boundaries, inheritance claims, hunting rights, and livestock. An astonishing number of medieval conflicts begin because two grown men cannot agree on where a field ends. At the same time, your combat training becomes more serious. Your knight personally supervises some of your lessons. He teaches techniques that no instructor in the training yard can fully explain. How to stay calm under pressure. How to recognize danger before it develops. How to read an opponent's intentions. How to survive when a carefully prepared plan immediately falls apart. According to your master, the last skill is particularly important. You begin practicing with heavier weapons and stronger opponents. Bruises become common. Cuts appear occasionally. Every mistake carries consequences. The lessons are painful, which usually means they are memorable. You also learn that courage looks very different up close. As a child, you imagined brave knights feeling no fear. The reality surprises you. Before dangerous hunts, difficult tournaments, or military expeditions, even experienced warriors feel nervous. The difference is that they continue anyway. This realization changes everything. For the first time, the knights around you stop seeming like legendary heroes from stories. They become human beings, skilled, experienced, respected, but still human. And as you watch your master navigate victories, failures, responsibilities, and risks, you begin understanding what knighthood truly means. It is not about wearing armour. It is about carrying responsibility. The armour merely makes that responsibility considerably heavier. For years, battle has existed only in stories. You have heard veterans describe famous victories beside roaring fireplaces. You have listened to minstrels sing of glorious charges and heroic last stands. You have spent countless hours training with swords, shields, and horses, imagining the day when you would finally test yourself against a real enemy. Now that day has arrived. And suddenly it seems like a terrible idea. The campaign begins with weeks of marching. Armies move slowly across the countryside, dragging supplies, animals, servants, and soldiers behind them. What seemed exciting at the start quickly becomes repetitive. You march, you eat, you sleep, you march again. Occasionally it rains. This somehow makes everything worse. Then one morning, word spreads through the camp. The enemy has been found. Almost instantly the atmosphere changes. The joking stops. The laughter becomes quieter. Even the most experienced soldiers seem more serious. As a squire, you help prepare your knight for battle. You check straps, buckles, weapons, and armour. Every piece must function perfectly. A loose strap that seems unimportant today could become fatal in an hour. Your knight notices your nervousness. You should be nervous, he tells you. This is not the comforting speech you were hoping for. Soon, the army forms ranks. Banners wave above hundreds of soldiers. Horses snort and paw at the ground. Priests move among the men offering blessings. Some soldiers pray quietly. Others stare toward the horizon. Everyone waits. Waiting, you discover, may be the hardest part. The battle finally begins with distant shouting, then horns, then movement. What follows bears little resemblance to the stories. There is noise everywhere. Metal crashes against metal. Men yell orders that disappear into the chaos. Horses charge through clouds of dust. You struggle to understand what is happening around you. The battlefield feels less like a carefully planned contest and more like a giant argument involving several thousand armed participants. Your job is to remain close to your knight. You carry spare weapons. You relay messages. You help however you can. Several times, fear threatens to overwhelm you. Yet training takes over. One task leads to another. One moment leads to the next. Gradually, survival becomes more important than fear. Hours later, the fighting finally ends. The battlefield grows quiet, too quiet. Looking around, you see the true cost of war for the first time. The songs never prepared you for this part. As the sun begins to set, one thing becomes clear. This morning, you were a boy dreaming about battle. Tonight, you understand why veterans rarely talk about glory first. They usually talk about survival. Your first battle changes something inside you. Not in the dramatic way the stories describe. There is no sudden transformation. No moment where thunder crashes overhead and everyone recognizes that a great warrior has emerged. Instead, you simply return from the campaign a little older than when you left, a little quieter, and considerably less excited about being stabbed. The months that follow are filled with more training, more responsibilities, and more opportunities to prove yourself. Your knight watches carefully. So do other nobles. They are no longer judging whether you have potential. They are deciding whether you are ready. By now you can ride confidently, fight competently, and manage the countless responsibilities expected of a squire. You have served faithfully. You have accompanied your master through danger. Most importantly, you have demonstrated reliability. Medieval society values many virtues. Reliability ranks surprisingly high on the list. Eventually, the day arrives. You are to be knighted. The announcement spreads quickly through the household. Servants congratulate you. Fellow squires offer congratulations mixed with envy. Older knights nod approvingly. For years, this moment has been your goal. Now that it is finally here, you discover a new problem. You are terrified. The ceremony begins with preparation and reflection. In some regions, future knights spend the night in prayer, contemplating the responsibilities they are about to accept. You attempt to contemplate noble ideals. Your mind instead keeps replaying every embarrassing mistake you have ever made. The next day, dressed in your finest clothing, you stand before nobles, clergy, and fellow warriors. The atmosphere is solemn. Oaths are spoken. Promises are made. You swear loyalty, courage, and service. Then comes the moment itself. A senior knight places a sword upon your shoulder. The ceremony is brief. The significance is enormous. Just like that, you are no longer a squire. You are a knight. For a few glorious moments, everything feels exactly as you imagined. You have achieved the dream of your childhood. You have joined the ranks of Europe's warrior elite. You have earned honor, status, and respect. Then reality arrives. You now need armor. Your own armor. You need horses. Your own horses. Weapons. Servants. Equipment. Income. Land, if possible. Suddenly you understand why older knights spend so much time discussing finances. A knight's equipment costs a fortune. A warhorse alone can be worth more than many peasant families earn in years. Nobody mentioned this during the heroic stories. As celebrations continue around you, one truth becomes impossible to ignore. Becoming a knight was the easy part. Now you actually have to live like one. Now that you are officially a knight, you imagine life will finally become easier. After all, you have spent years training, serving, fighting, and proving yourself. Surely the reward for all that effort is a life of comfort and prestige. The Middle Ages would like to disappoint you immediately. One of the great secrets of medieval society is that not all knights are wealthy. In fact, many are surprisingly poor. You possess the title. You possess the armor. You possess the responsibilities. Unfortunately, you do not necessarily possess the money. Maintaining the appearance of a knight is astonishingly expensive. Your armor requires repairs. Your weapons need maintenance. After years of uncertainty, fortune finally begins to favour you. Perhaps a loyal lord rewards your service. Perhaps you inherit property from a relative. Perhaps a successful marriage brings additional land into your possession. However it happens, you eventually achieve what many knights spend their entire lives pursuing: land. At first, the achievement feels magnificent. You ride across your estate imagining yourself as a powerful lord. Fields stretch across the landscape. Villagers work the land. Small streams wind through forests under your authority. For the first time, you possess something that can generate wealth rather than simply consume it. This feeling lasts until people start bringing you problems. A great many problems. It turns out that owning land means managing everything on it. Peasants argue over property boundaries. Tenants dispute rents. Livestock wander into neighbouring fields. Mills break. Bridges need repairs. Somebody's cow disappears. Another person's pig appears where it should not. For reasons no one fully understands, medieval society seems permanently one missing pig away from a major crisis. As the lord of the estate, everyone expects you to resolve these issues. You quickly learn that ruling land requires skills very different from fighting battles. A sword is remarkably ineffective at settling arguments about grazing rights, at least most of the time. Your days become filled with administration. You inspect crops, collect rents, oversee repairs, and hold local courts where disputes are heard and judgments delivered. The villagers look to you for leadership. The king expects taxes. The church expects donations. Your tenants expect protection. Everyone seems to expect something. Nobody appears interested in reducing your workload. Yet despite the frustrations, there is satisfaction in the role. For the first time, your success is measured by more than victories in battle. A well-managed estate grows wealthier. Fields become more productive. Roads improve. Families prosper. Your decisions shape hundreds of lives. This responsibility changes you. The young knight who dreamed only of tournaments and glory slowly becomes a leader. You begin understanding why older knights spent so much time discussing harvests, rents and trade. These things keep armies fed. They keep castles maintained. They keep kingdoms functioning. A prosperous estate can accomplish more than 100 heroic charges. Of course, not everything runs smoothly. Bad weather can ruin harvests. Disease can spread among livestock. Unexpected taxes can create hardship. Some years feel like an endless struggle against forces beyond your control. But such is the life of a landed knight. You still carry a sword. You still train for war. Yet increasingly, your greatest battles are fought not on blood-soaked fields, but across account books, harvest reports and meetings about missing pigs. History remembers the battles. Your peasants remember who fixed the bridge. As your reputation grows, so does your confidence. You have survived battles. You have managed land. You have earned the respect of your peers. Yet among knights, there remains one of the fastest ways to gain fame, fortune, and admiration: tournaments. To the outside world, tournaments appear glamorous. Colourful banners flutter in the wind. Nobles gather from across the region. Musicians play. Merchants sell food and goods. Crowds cheer as armoured riders thunder across the lists. It resembles a festival, a very dangerous festival. For knights, tournaments offer opportunities that real warfare often cannot. Victory brings prize money, valuable equipment, prestige, and sometimes powerful connections. A successful tournament knight can become famous throughout an entire kingdom. Naturally, this means everyone wants to win. You arrive at your first major tournament filled with confidence. This confidence lasts until you see the competition. Veteran knights from distant lands have gathered here. Some have spent years competing. Their armor is magnificent. Their horses are expensive. Their reputations arrive several minutes before they do. Suddenly, your chances seem slightly less certain. The tournament begins with ceremonies, feasts, and introductions. Noble families mingle, alliances form, rivalries quietly emerge. Then the competitions begin. The most famous event is the joust. Mounted knights lower their lances and charge directly toward one another at frightening speeds. The objective sounds simple: hit the other knight. Avoid being hit yourself. Reality proves more complicated. The first time you participate, your heart pounds louder than the crowd. Your horse surges forward beneath you. The opposing knight grows larger with every passing second. Then comes impact. The force feels like being struck by a collapsing building. One moment you are charging proudly. The next, you are staring at the sky while questioning several life choices. The crowd loves it. Fortunately, tournaments involve more than jousting. Melees allow groups of knights to engage in large mock battles. Swordsmanship competitions test skill. Archery contests draw spectators. Over time, you improve. Experience replaces nervousness. Victories begin accumulating. People start recognizing your name. Young squires watch you with admiration. Merchants greet you enthusiastically. Bards occasionally mention your accomplishments, usually with a few exaggerations added for dramatic effect. Success in tournaments brings wealth as well. Prize money helps maintain your estate. Captured equipment can be sold. Powerful patrons begin taking notice. For the first time, fame becomes part of your life. Yet every tournament also carries risk. Broken bones, concussions, serious injuries, occasionally worse. The cheering crowd sees glory. The castle physician sees steady employment. Such is the life of a tournament knight. Half athlete, half warrior, and entirely committed to charging toward danger for the entertainment of strangers. Years pass, and your reputation continues to grow. You are no longer the nervous young knight trying to prove himself at every opportunity. Your victories in battle and tournaments have earned respect. Your estate is stable. Other warriors know your name. Then comes another promotion, one that carries far more responsibility than glory. You become a banner knight. Unlike ordinary knights who fight under another lord's banner, a banner knight has the right to carry his own. This may sound like a small distinction. It is not. A banner means men now follow you. Real men. Armed men. Men with families, ambitions, fears, and a remarkable tendency to ask questions right when you are least prepared to answer them. For the first time, you command your own force of soldiers and lesser knights. Your colourful square banner flies above your position on the battlefield, allowing your followers to identify where they should gather. This is a tremendous honour. It is also a giant sign announcing exactly where enemy soldiers should aim. Leadership quickly changes the way you view warfare. As a young knight, your primary concern was survival. Now you must think about dozens, perhaps hundreds of other people. Food supplies, equipment, training, morale, pay, discipline. You discover that keeping soldiers organised is often harder than defeating enemies. A group of knights charging into battle may look impressive. Getting them all to arrive on time for inspection is another matter entirely. Campaigns become more complicated as well. Before, you simply followed orders. Now, you help create them. You attend councils with nobles and commanders. Maps are spread across tables. Plans are discussed late into the night. Some strategies sound brilliant. Others sound suspiciously like educated guesses delivered with confidence. You begin noticing that many military leaders spend a great deal of time pretending they know exactly what will happen next. History repeatedly proves otherwise. When battle finally comes, your role is different. You still fight. You still ride into danger. But now your eyes constantly search for your own banner and the men beneath it. Every loss feels personal. Every success belongs to the group rather than the individual. The responsibility weighs heavily upon you, far heavier than armor ever did. Yet there is satisfaction in leadership. The young page who once carried messages through castle corridors now commands warriors on the battlefield. The squire who polished another knight's armor now has knights serving beneath him. You have climbed another rung on the ladder of medieval society. And from this height, one truth becomes increasingly clear. The higher you rise, the less your success depends on your own sword, and the more it depends on everyone else's. By now, your life barely resembles the one you imagined as a child. Back then, knighthood seemed simple. Ride a horse, swing a sword, win glory. Instead, you have spent years managing land, commanding soldiers, attending councils, resolving disputes, and trying to prevent disasters before they happen. And because medieval life enjoys rewarding competence with additional work, you eventually rise even higher. You become a knight commander. This position places you among the most respected military leaders in your region. Lords seek your advice. Fellow knights listen when you speak. Young warriors hope to earn your approval. The promotion feels satisfying until you realize that every future failure will now be considered your fault. As a commander, warfare looks completely different. When you were younger, battles seemed straightforward. Two armies met, fought, and one side won. Now you understand what happens behind the scenes. Weeks before a campaign begins, preparations are already underway. Supplies must be gathered. Horses must be inspected. Weapons must be repaired. Messengers ride constantly between castles delivering orders. Entire armies depend upon logistics. This is disappointing news for anyone hoping history was more exciting. You spend long hours studying maps, roads, rivers, forests, fortifications. Every feature of the landscape matters. A poorly chosen route can leave soldiers exhausted before battle even begins. A badly positioned camp can invite disaster. You start noticing things you once ignored. How wide a bridge is. How quickly a river flows. How much grain a village can provide. The younger version of yourself would find this incredibly boring. The older version understands that these details determine whether armies survive. Military councils become a regular part of life. Around large wooden tables, nobles debate strategy deep into the night. Some commanders speak carefully, others speak loudly. A surprising number believe volume and wisdom are the same thing. You learn to distinguish between confidence and competence. The difference often saves lives. When campaigns begin, your responsibilities multiply. Thousands of men may depend upon your decisions. If supplies fail to arrive, soldiers go hungry. If scouts miss important information, armies can be ambushed. If your strategy fails, families across the kingdom may feel the consequences. The burden is immense. Yet so is the respect. When you ride through camp, soldiers step aside. Young squires watch with admiration. Many see power. Few see the sleepless nights. Because leadership, you have discovered, is not the privilege of giving orders. It is the responsibility of living with the consequences when those orders are wrong. And that responsibility grows heavier with every victory, and even heavier with every defeat. After decades of service, campaigns, victories, defeats, and enough responsibility to fill several lifetimes, you reach a level few knights ever achieve. You become a knight of great renown. Your name is known far beyond your own lands. Nobles mention you during feasts. Travellers carry stories of your accomplishments from one region to another. Young squires speak about you the way you once spoke about legendary warriors from your childhood. The experience is strange, partly because many of the stories are wrong. A minor skirmish somehow becomes a heroic last stand. A successful negotiation becomes a tale of brilliant strategy. A lucky victory becomes evidence of genius. History, you discover, enjoys improving reality, whenever reality seems insufficiently dramatic. Still, the reputation brings undeniable advantages. Kings and powerful lords seek your counsel. Important guests visit your estate. Your opinions carry weight. When you speak during military councils, people listen. Sometimes they even stop interrupting. This may be your greatest achievement. You spend less time fighting personally and more time advising others. Younger knights seek guidance on leadership, warfare, and honour. They expect wisdom. Fortunately, you have accumulated plenty of experience. Unfortunately, much of that experience came from mistakes. The lessons that shaped you most were rarely your victories. They were the failures, the campaign that went wrong, the ally who proved unreliable, the battle won at terrible cost, the decision that seemed brilliant at the time and ridiculous afterward. Age has given you something valuable: perspective. When you were young, every challenge felt enormous. Every insult demanded a response. Every rival seemed important. Now you realize that many conflicts disappear if given enough time. Others were never worth fighting in the first place. This knowledge would have been incredibly useful 30 years earlier. Like many forms of wisdom, it arrives precisely when it is least needed. Your reputation continues to grow. Bards compose songs. Artists create portraits. Stories spread across the kingdom. Children hear your name around fireplaces and imagine a fearless warrior who never doubted himself. You almost feel sorry for them. Because you know the truth. Behind every famous knight stands a lifetime of uncertainty, errors, fears, and fortunate accidents. Yet, perhaps that is what makes the achievement meaningful. You were never perfect. No knight was. The legends simply leave out the difficult parts. As old companions fade away and a new generation rises, one thing becomes clear. You have become exactly what you once admired as a child. A living legend, though admittedly one with sore knees, old scars, and a growing appreciation for comfortable chairs. Eventually, a day arrives that no young knight ever thinks about. You grow old, not suddenly, not all at once. The process happens slowly, year after year, campaign after campaign, winter after winter. At first, you barely notice it. A shoulder takes longer to recover after training. An old injury aches when rain approaches. You need a little more time to climb into armour. Nothing serious, nothing worth mentioning. Then one morning, a young knight mounts his horse with effortless speed, and you realise you spent the last 30 seconds preparing for the exact same movement. Time, it seems, has been winning a battle you never noticed had started. Your body carries the evidence of a lifetime spent as a warrior. Scars cross your arms and chest. Old fractures occasionally remind you of their existence. Your knees complain during cold mornings. Your back has developed strong opinions about staircases. The songs never mention these things. The songs usually end right after the victory. Reality continues for several decades afterward. You no longer ride at the front of every charge. You no longer seek glory in tournaments. In fact, watching young knights launch themselves at each other with lances now feels less inspiring and more concerning. You find yourself thinking things such as, "That looks dangerous." This is generally considered one of the first signs of old age. Yet while your physical strength fades, something else grows stronger. Your wisdom. Young squires now gather around you, eager to hear stories. They ask about famous battles, legendary warriors, great victories. You answer honestly. You tell them about courage, but you also tell them about fear. You tell them about leadership, but you also tell them about responsibility. You explain that knighthood was never truly about armor, horses, or fame. Those were merely the decorations. The real test was character. A knight's worth was measured not by how loudly people cheered his victories, but by how faithfully he carried his duties throughout his life. As the years pass, you spend more time managing your lands and advising younger generations. The kingdom slowly changes around you. New faces appear. Old friends disappear. Children grow into warriors. Warriors become leaders. Leaders become memories. And eventually you realize something remarkable. You have lived every level of medieval knighthood, from the small boy chasing dogs through castle courtyards, to the page carrying messages, to the squire serving a master, to the knight seeking glory, to the commander leading armies, and finally, to the old veteran looking back upon it all. The journey was harder than the stories promised, far more expensive than anyone admitted, and considerably muddier than the paintings suggest. Yet as you watch the next generation begin the path you once walked, you cannot help but smile, because despite everything, the danger, the sacrifices, the responsibilities, and the aching joints, you would probably do it all again. In the year 532, Constantinople smelled of smoke. For days, fire had swept through the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire. Crowds had rioted in the streets, buildings had collapsed, entire districts had been reduced to blackened ruins. Thousands were dead. Among the casualties was the city's great cathedral, burned and shattered during the chaos. Standing amid the destruction was Emperor Justinian. The emperor had survived the crisis, though only barely. At one point he had reportedly considered fleeing the city altogether. Fortunately for history, and perhaps unfortunately for the accountants who would later review the construction budget, he decided to stay. Now he faced a choice. He could rebuild the cathedral exactly as it had been before. It would be quicker, cheaper, and far less likely to cause headaches. Instead, Justinian chose the most ambitious option available. He wanted a church that would surpass every building on earth. Not the largest church in Constantinople, not the largest church in the empire, the largest and most magnificent church the world had ever seen. It was the sort of goal that sounds impressive, until someone has to actually build it. Orders spread across the empire. Marble was collected from distant provinces. Ancient columns were brought from older temples and monuments. Skilled craftsmen travelled from Greece, Egypt, Syria, and Anatolia. Thousands of labourers arrived at the construction site. 2 brilliant scholars were placed in charge of the project, Anthemius of Tralles and Isidore of Miletus. Neither man was primarily famous as an architect. This might sound slightly concerning when constructing the most ambitious building of the age. Fortunately, both were extraordinary mathematicians and engineers. They approached the challenge differently from traditional builders. Instead of simply making a larger church, they envisioned something that seemed almost impossible. A vast dome suspended high above an enormous open interior. Many experts doubted the design could work. Some probably doubted it while quietly updating their wills. Yet construction began immediately. Day after day, workers hauled stone, brick, timber and marble through the streets of Constantinople. The site became a forest of scaffolding. Hammers echoed across the city from sunrise to sunset. Dust filled the air. Merchants, priests, senators, and ordinary citizens stopped to watch the strange new structure rise higher and higher. For nearly 6 years the project continued. Then, at last, the impossible stood completed. A building unlike anything humanity had ever seen. And soon, people from every corner of the known world would walk through its doors and stare upward in disbelief. The first thing you notice is not the cathedral itself. It is the city. 6th century Constantinople is one of the largest and wealthiest cities on earth. Hundreds of thousands of people crowd its streets. Ships fill its harbours. Merchants arrive from Egypt carrying grain, from Syria carrying spices, and from distant lands bringing goods that most citizens will never be wealthy enough to touch. The city never seems completely quiet. Donkeys pull carts loaded with supplies. Sailors shout along the docks. Traders advertise their goods with the confidence of men who believe their olives are the finest olives ever grown by human civilization. Everyone, somehow, has somewhere important to be. As you move through the city centre, however, the streets begin to feel different. People are travelling in the same direction. Pilgrims in simple wool clothing walk beside wealthy nobles wearing embroidered silk. Monks move quietly through the crowd. Soldiers stand watch near important intersections. Visitors from distant provinces glance around with wide eyes, trying not to look completely lost. Ahead of them all stands a building unlike anything they have ever seen. At first, only part of it is visible. A section of wall appears beyond the rooftops, then a curved roof, then another, and finally, the enormous dome rises above the city itself. Even from a distance, Hagia Sophia dominates the skyline. Most buildings in Constantinople seem to belong to the earth. Hagia Sophia appears to belong somewhere else entirely. As you draw closer, its scale becomes harder to comprehend. The walls seem impossibly high. Massive buttresses support structures that appear too large for ordinary stone and brick. Sunlight reflects from polished surfaces, making portions of the cathedral glow against the blue sky. The crowd around you slows. People naturally begin staring upward. Some visitors cross themselves. Others whisper prayers. Many simply stop walking for a moment. After all, there are very few opportunities in life to stand before the greatest building humanity has yet produced. The closer you get, the more details emerge. Marble columns frame entrances. Decorative carvings cover stone surfaces. Bronze fittings catch the sunlight. Imperial banners flutter in the breeze above nearby buildings. The cathedral is not hidden inside the city. The city seems arranged around the cathedral. For Emperor Justinian, this was exactly the point. Every visitor approaching Hagia Sophia should feel small, not humiliated, not frightened, simply reminded that they are standing at the centre of an empire that believes it has been chosen by God himself. And as you finally reach the great outer courtyard, one thing becomes obvious. The wonders inside may be even greater than the sight before you now. Before you can enter Hagia Sophia itself, you must first pass through the world that surrounds it. The cathedral does not simply rise from the streets of Constantinople. It sits within a vast complex of courtyards, gates, walkways and gathering spaces that prepare visitors for what lies ahead. The transition is deliberate. The architects understood something important about human beings. If you show people the most magnificent room in the world immediately, they will be impressed. If you slowly build anticipation first, they will remember the experience for the rest of their lives. As you enter the outer courtyard, the noise of the city begins to soften, not disappear entirely. Constantinople is far too busy for that. But the shouting merchants, rattling carts, and harbour sounds fade into the background. In their place come quieter conversations, footsteps on stone, and the steady movement of worshippers arriving from every direction. The courtyard itself is enormous. Marble pathways cross open spaces where visitors gather before services. Decorative columns line portions of the complex. Fountains provide water for washing and refreshment. Clergy move between buildings dressed in dark robes, while officials carrying imperial business stride past with an urgency that suggests they are very important. Whether they actually are is another matter. Near one entrance stands a group of pilgrims. Their clothing is dusty from travel. Some have journeyed for weeks to reach Constantinople. Others have crossed seas and mountain ranges simply to see this church with their own eyes. They stare at the massive structure before them with expressions that mix exhaustion, excitement, and disbelief. For many, this may be the most extraordinary thing they ever witness. Elsewhere, wealthy aristocrats arrive accompanied by servants. Their silk garments catch the sunlight. Gold jewellery glitters on wrists and collars, yet even they seem diminished beside the cathedral towering above them. Hagia Sophia is one of the few places in the empire where a senator and a shepherd can stand side by side and feel equally insignificant. The building has that effect on people. As you continue forward, guards watch from strategic positions. This is a sacred place, but it is also deeply connected to imperial power. The emperor himself worships here. Major ceremonies are held here. Victories are celebrated here. Religion and government are woven together as tightly as threads in a Byzantine tapestry. Then you reach the inner gates. Beyond them stands the final approach. The towering bronze doors of the cathedral wait ahead. Incense drifts faintly through the air. The crowd grows quieter, and for the first time, you begin to sense that stepping inside Hagia Sophia may feel less like entering a building, and more like crossing into another world. The final approach to Hagia Sophia feels strangely quiet. Not silent, of course. Hundreds of people surround you. Sandals scrape across stone. Priests exchange greetings. Children whisper questions to their parents. Somewhere nearby, a fountain trickles steadily into a marble basin. Yet compared to the chaos of Constantinople outside, the atmosphere feels almost calm. The great bronze doors stand ahead. They are immense, not merely large enough to impress visitors, but large enough to make them feel as though they are entering a place designed for beings greater than themselves. And perhaps that is exactly the intention. The crowd moves slowly toward the entrance. Nobody rushes, partly because there are too many people, partly because something about the building encourages patience. As you draw closer, details emerge. The bronze surfaces gleam in the daylight. Massive hinges support their tremendous weight. Marble surrounds the doorway, polished so smoothly that it reflects faint traces of light. Generations of visitors have passed through here. Emperors, patriarchs, generals, merchants, pilgrims, ordinary citizens carrying worries that history would never bother recording. Yet all of them cross the same threshold. As you step forward, the sunlight behind you begins to fade. The temperature changes almost immediately. Outside, the summer heat presses against the city. Inside, cool air settles around you. The thick walls keep much of the heat at bay, creating a welcome relief for visitors who have spent hours walking through crowded streets. The smell changes as well. Gone are the scents of horses, cooking fires, sea salt, and busy markets. In their place comes incense. Not a little incense, an astonishing amount of incense. The Byzantine clergy take their aromatic responsibilities very seriously. Sweet fragrances drift through the air from censers carried during services. The scent lingers in the stone itself, creating an atmosphere unlike any ordinary building. Your eyes need a moment to adjust. The entrance halls are dim compared to the bright courtyard outside. Light filters through windows high above, creating patches of gold across the marble floors. Candles flicker in the distance. Shadows move softly along the walls as worshippers pass through the corridors. Ahead, you can hear faint echoes, voices, footsteps, the distant murmur of prayers. Every sound seems larger inside these walls. The architects understood acoustics almost as well as they understood stone. And then, as you continue through the final passageway, the corridor begins to open. The space ahead grows brighter. The ceiling rises. The sounds become richer. You take a few more steps, and suddenly, the full interior of Hagia Sophia reveals itself before your eyes. For a moment, you forget to breathe. Nearly everyone who enters Hagia Sophia experiences the same reaction. The passageway behind you suddenly feels small and distant. The courtyard is forgotten. The city beyond the walls disappears from your mind entirely. All attention is pulled upward. Far above your head floats the great dome. Or at least, it appears to float. The reality is far more complicated. The architects used some of the most advanced engineering of the ancient world to support this enormous structure. Massive arches distribute its weight. Hidden supports carry impossible loads. Thousands upon thousands of bricks work together to keep the dome standing. But standing beneath it, none of that is obvious. Instead, it looks like a golden sky suspended in mid-air. A ring of windows circles the dome's base. Sunlight pours through them from every direction. The light breaks apart as it enters, creating a glowing halo that surrounds the entire structure. The effect is astonishing. The dome seems detached from the building beneath it. Many visitors believe they are witnessing a miracle. Some later describe the sight as if heaven itself has descended into the church. Others struggle to find words at all. You can hardly blame them. The dome rises more than 180 feet above the floor. To a 6th century visitor, this is not merely architecture. It is a challenge to everything they thought humans were capable of building. As sunlight shifts throughout the day, the interior changes constantly. Golden mosaics shimmer overhead. Marble walls reflect scattered beams of light. Columns cast long shadows that slowly move across the floor. Nothing remains entirely still. The church feels alive. Beneath the dome, hundreds of people move quietly through the vast space. Some pray, some stare upward, some simply stand in silence, overwhelmed by the scale of what surrounds them. Even conversations seem different here. Every whisper travels, every footstep echoes. The architects designed the building so sound rolls through the interior like gentle waves. A single voice can carry surprising distances. During services, this acoustic power becomes extraordinary. But even now, with ordinary visitors walking through the nave, the cathedral feels filled with invisible movement. Light moves. Sound moves. Incense drifts through the air in pale clouds. And above it all hangs the dome. According to later tradition, Emperor Justinian entered the completed church and gazed upward in triumph. Legend says he exclaimed, "Solomon, I have surpassed thee." Whether he actually spoke those words remains uncertain. What is certain is this. Standing beneath Hagia Sophia's dome, surrounded by light and gold, it becomes easy to understand why someone might believe they had built the greatest church on earth. The first thing you see is light, not the dome, not the marble, not the crowds gathered below. The light. It pours through dozens of windows high above, spilling into the vast interior in golden streams. After the dim entrance corridors, the brightness almost feels overwhelming. For a moment, your eyes struggle to understand what they are looking at. Then you look upward, and suddenly, everything else disappears. Above you hangs the great dome of Hagia Sophia. It is so enormous that your mind initially refuses to accept its size. The ceiling rises far beyond anything most people in the 6th century have ever seen. Houses, palaces, bathhouses, and ordinary churches seem insignificant compared to what stretches overhead. The remarkable thing is that the dome does not appear heavy. It should. Thousands of tons of brick and mortar are suspended above your head. Logic suggests it should look massive and solid. Instead, it appears almost weightless. The ring of windows at its base allows sunlight to flood underneath it, creating the illusion that the entire structure floats above the church rather than resting upon it. Visitors often stop walking. Many simply stare. Others point upward while speaking in hushed voices. Some cross themselves repeatedly. A few stand completely motionless, as if worried the vision might disappear if they blink. The architects, Anthemius and Isidore, could not have asked for a better reaction. Every part of the design was intended to create awe. And it works. The dome dominates everything beneath it. The columns seem smaller. The walls seem farther away. Even the crowds gathered inside appear tiny against the vastness above. Around the church, polished marble reflects the incoming sunlight. The walls shimmer with colours brought from every corner of the empire. Green stone from Greece, purple stone from Egypt, white marble from distant quarries. The entire building feels less like a church and more like an attempt to gather the wealth of the known world beneath a single roof. Then there are the mosaics. Gold glitters everywhere. Tiny pieces of glass catch the sunlight and scatter it across the interior. As visitors move through the nave, the reflections shift constantly, making the church seem alive. Nothing remains still. Light moves, shadows move, incense drifts slowly through the air, and above it all hangs the dome. For many visitors, this is the moment they remember forever. Not the journey to Constantinople, not the crowded streets outside, not even the emperor who ordered the church built. They remember looking upward and feeling, if only for a moment, that they were standing somewhere between earth and heaven itself. Visitors finally emerge into the nave and look upward. For a brief moment, many simply stop walking. The courtyard, the bronze doors, the long approach through Constantinople, all of it vanishes from their thoughts. Only one thing remains. The dome. It rises high above the floor, dominating every inch of the interior. No matter where you stand, your eyes are drawn toward it. The sheer scale is difficult to comprehend. Most people entering Hagia Sophia have never seen a building remotely this large. Even those accustomed to imperial palaces and grand churches find themselves staring upward in disbelief. The dome appears impossible. Not because it is large, because it does not seem to behave like a dome at all. Massive structures are supposed to look heavy. They are supposed to remind you of the enormous weight pressing downward. Yet Hagia Sophia's great dome seems strangely weightless. A ring of windows circles its base. Sunlight pours through them from every direction. The light separates the dome visually from the supports beneath it, creating an illusion that leaves visitors speechless. Rather than appearing attached to the building, the dome seems suspended above it, floating. The effect is so powerful that many observers later struggle to describe what they have seen. Some compare it to the heavens. Others claim the dome hangs from a golden chain descending from the sky. A few are convinced divine assistance must have been involved somewhere during construction. After all, giant floating ceilings are not usually associated with ordinary building projects. The sunlight changes constantly throughout the day. As clouds pass overhead, the brightness inside shifts and moves across the marble floors. Golden mosaics catch the light and scatter it throughout the church. Reflections shimmer across columns and walls. Nothing remains still. The entire cathedral seems alive. Below the dome, visitors wander through the vast open space. Pilgrims whisper prayers. Merchants stare upward. Children point excitedly toward the ceiling. Even wealthy nobles who spend their lives surrounded by luxury appear humbled by what they see. For a few moments, social rank matters very little. Everyone becomes simply another person staring at the impossible. The architects had achieved exactly what Emperor Justinian wanted. This was not merely a church, it was a statement, a declaration that Constantinople stood at the centre of the Christian world. A monument to imperial power, divine favour, and human ingenuity. And as the light continues to stream through the windows high above, illuminating the floating dome with an almost supernatural glow, it becomes easy to understand why many 6th century visitors left Hagia Sophia convinced they had witnessed something beyond human creation. After the initial shock of seeing the dome, another wonder slowly begins to reveal itself. At first, you barely notice it. A priest speaks somewhere in the distance. A group of worshippers quietly recites prayers. Footsteps echo across the marble floor. Then you realize something unusual. The building sounds different. Every noise seems larger than it should be. Every voice travels farther than expected. The immense interior of Hagia Sophia transforms sound into something almost physical. Words drift through the air long after they are spoken. Echoes roll beneath the dome and return from distant corners of the church. Even the smallest whisper seems capable of reaching places it has no business reaching. Visitors often pause and listen. The architecture is not merely meant to be seen, it is meant to be heard. As more people enter the cathedral, the sounds begin to merge together. Prayers overlap. Conversations blend into a low murmur. The rustling of robes mixes with the soft crackling of candles. Above it all hangs a constant, gentle echo that fills the vast space without ever becoming overwhelming. The effect is strangely calming. You feel surrounded by sound without being assaulted by it. Then the service begins. Clergy emerge from side chambers dressed in magnificent robes. Golden threads shimmer as they move through shafts of sunlight. Incense bearers swing censers that release clouds of fragrant smoke into the air. The congregation gradually grows quiet. Anticipation spreads through the crowd. Then the chanting starts. One voice begins, then another joins. Soon, an entire choir is singing beneath the dome. The sound rises upward and spreads through the cathedral like a wave. It bounces from marble walls. It circles beneath the ceiling. It fills every corner of the building. Visitors who have never experienced Byzantine worship often find themselves overwhelmed, not necessarily by the words. Many foreign pilgrims do not even understand Greek, but understanding the language almost becomes unnecessary. The music itself carries the emotion, deep, powerful, and hauntingly beautiful. The chants transform the cathedral into something that feels less like a building and more like a living instrument. Some worshippers close their eyes, others look upward toward the dome. A few quietly weep. For them, this is more than a religious service. It is an encounter with the divine. Emperor Justinian's architects had created a space where light, sound, and architecture work together to inspire awe. The dome captures the eyes. The chanting captures the ears. And together, they create an experience unlike anything else in the 6th century world. For many visitors, this is the moment when Hagia Sophia truly becomes unforgettable. Most visitors who enter Hagia Sophia come to witness the greatest church in the world. But on certain days, they witness something else. The emperor. Long before he arrives, people know something important is happening. Guards take their positions. Officials move through the cathedral with unusual urgency. Members of the clergy prepare carefully for the ceremony ahead. The atmosphere changes. Not tense, not fearful, expectant. In the Byzantine Empire, the emperor is more than a ruler. To many citizens, he is God's chosen representative on earth, entrusted with protecting both the empire and the Christian faith. And there is no place where that connection is displayed more clearly than inside Hagia Sophia. The congregation gathers beneath the great dome. Sunlight streams through the high windows. Incense drifts lazily through the air. The distant chanting of clergy echoes from the upper galleries. Then movement begins near one of the imperial entrances. Heads turn. Conversations stop. The emperor has arrived. Dressed in magnificent ceremonial robes, he enters surrounded by attendants, guards, and senior officials. Gold embroidery catches the light. Precious stones sparkle across his garments. Every detail is designed to project authority, wealth, and divine favour. Yet even the emperor appears small beneath the immense dome overhead. That is one of the most remarkable things about Hagia Sophia. The building dwarfs everyone. Pilgrims, patriarchs, generals, even emperors. Before he became a soldier, a governor, a hostage, a commander, or a symbol remembered centuries later, he was simply a boy growing up among the rugged mountains and valleys of Albania during the late 14th century. His world was small, not unimportant, just small. A collection of stone fortresses perched on hillsides, villages surrounded by vineyards and grazing fields, narrow roads winding through mountains that seemed determined to make travel as inconvenient as possible. For generations, Albanian noble families had ruled these lands through shifting alliances, local rivalries, and occasional arguments settled with swords rather than lengthy discussions. The boy belonged to one of these noble households. His father controlled territory, commanded warriors, and negotiated constantly with neighbouring lords. Every decision mattered. One wrong alliance could cost land. One wrong battle could cost everything. Politics in the Balkans was less a game of chess and more a game of juggling knives while standing on a moving horse. The boy did not fully understand this yet. His days were occupied with lessons more suitable for a future nobleman. He learned to ride horses across rocky terrain. He practiced with bows and wooden weapons. He listened as older men discussed warfare, diplomacy, and family honour. Like many noble sons, he was expected to become a leader someday. The exact details remained unclear. Surviving long enough to find out was usually the first requirement. Yet beyond the mountains, a new power was expanding. The Ottoman Empire. At first, the Ottomans seemed distant, a problem for other rulers, a concern for another year. Then, another fortress submitted. Another lord accepted Ottoman authority. Another region fell under their influence. Slowly, steadily, the empire pushed deeper into the Balkans. News travelled along trade routes and military roads. Stories arrived with merchants and travellers. Stories of vast armies, of disciplined soldiers, of sultans whose authority stretched across continents. The boy occasionally heard these conversations. He probably paid little attention. Children rarely spend their afternoons worrying about geopolitical transformations. There are horses to ride and far more important matters to consider. But his father paid attention. Every Albanian noble did, because the Ottoman advance was no longer a distant rumour. It was becoming a reality. The mountains that had protected generations of local rulers suddenly seemed less secure. The old world was changing, and although the boy could not yet see it, that change was moving directly toward him. Soon, Decisions made by emperors, sultans, and noblemen would reach his family's doorstep. And when they did, his childhood would come to an abrupt end. The change arrives quietly, not with an army, not with a battle, not with the dramatic thunder of thousands of soldiers marching through the mountains. Instead, it arrives on horseback. One morning, word spreads through the region that Ottoman officials are approaching. Almost immediately, people begin talking. Farmers discuss it in the fields. Merchants exchange rumours in marketplaces. Servants whisper about it in noble households. Nobody seems entirely certain what will happen. That uncertainty is often worse than certainty. The boy notices the change in mood long before he understands the reason for it. His father becomes more serious. Visitors arrive more frequently. Meetings last longer. Conversations stop whenever children enter the room. This is usually an excellent sign that adults are discussing something important. Or embarrassing. In this case, it is important. The Ottoman Empire now holds enormous influence throughout the Balkans. Many local rulers have accepted Ottoman authority in exchange for keeping their lands and titles. Others have resisted and paid a heavy price. The boy's family exists somewhere in between. Like many noble households, they are trying to survive in a world that is changing faster than anyone would like. Then the officials arrive. They are not conquerors in shining armour. They are administrators, men carrying records, instructions, and authority granted by distant rulers. Their arrival is orderly, professional, almost routine, which somehow makes the situation even more unsettling. Armies come and go. Administrators tend to stay. The visitors are welcomed into the noble residence. Food is served. Formal greetings are exchanged. Everyone behaves politely. Very politely. The sort of politeness that usually appears when nobody wishes to cause a problem. For several days, discussions continue. The boy sees men studying documents and exchanging information. Names are reviewed. Families are examined. Obligations are discussed. The adults understand what is happening. The children do not. At least not yet. Then comes the decision. The Ottoman authorities select the young Albanian noble boy for service within the Ottoman system. For the empire, this is an opportunity. Talented boys from noble and influential families can be educated, trained, and shaped into future administrators, soldiers, and commanders. For the family, the situation is far more complicated. Refusing is dangerous. Accepting is painful. The boy notices the reaction immediately. His mother grows quiet. His father spends long hours alone. Relatives begin visiting more often. Nobody explains everything directly. Nobody needs to. Children are remarkably skilled at recognizing when their lives are about to change. The boy does not yet know where he will go. He does not know what he will become. But for the first time, he understands one thing clearly. Soon, he will leave the mountains of Albania behind. And there is no guarantee he will ever return the same person. The days after the decision pass far too quickly. At first, the boy hopes something might change. Perhaps the officials will reconsider. Perhaps his father will find a way to negotiate. Perhaps another family will be chosen instead. Children are naturally optimistic when facing unpleasant realities. Unfortunately, empires are not. The preparations continue. Horses are readied. Travel supplies are gathered. Letters are written. Every passing day brings the departure closer. The boy begins noticing details he had never paid attention to before. The mountains surrounding his home, the narrow paths winding through forests, the sound of village bells echoing through the valleys. Even ordinary things suddenly seem important when there is a chance you may never see them again. His family tries to maintain a sense of normality. Meals continue, lessons continue, daily life continues, at least on the surface. Beneath it all, everyone understands what is happening. His mother watches him more carefully than before. His brothers spend more time at his side. His father becomes unusually patient, a sure sign that something serious is occurring. Fathers throughout history have often preferred practical advice to emotional speeches. The boy receives plenty of practical advice. Be disciplined. Learn quickly. Remember your family. Observe more than you speak. The sort of wisdom that sounds simple until life gives you a reason to need it. As departure day approaches, relatives arrive from nearby estates and villages. Some bring gifts, others offer blessings, a few simply come to say goodbye. The boy notices that many adults speak to him differently now, less like a child, more like someone about to enter a larger world. That realization is both exciting and terrifying. Then the morning arrives. The horses stand ready. The Ottoman escort waits. There are no grand ceremonies, no dramatic speeches. History often imagines major events as theatrical moments. In reality, life-changing events frequently begin with people quietly climbing onto horses and riding away. The boy embraces his family. His mother struggles to hide her tears. His father maintains his composure, though not easily. The mountains that had always seemed permanent suddenly feel fragile. Home itself feels fragile. One final look, one final farewell. Then the journey begins. The road winds away from the familiar valleys of Albania. At first he keeps looking back. The fortress grows smaller. The villages disappear behind distant hills. The landscape of his childhood slowly fades from view. Around him travel other boys headed toward uncertain futures. Some are frightened, some are curious. Most are both. As the caravan continues eastward, the boy begins to understand a difficult truth. He is not simply leaving home. He is leaving behind the life he was expected to live. Ahead lies a future that nobody, not even he, can yet imagine. The farther the caravan travels, the more unfamiliar the world becomes. At first, the mountains of Albania still surround the travellers. The roads remain rough. The villages still resemble those the boy has known all his life. But with each passing day, the landscape changes. The familiar disappears piece by piece. New languages replace old ones. Different customs emerge, different clothing, different foods, different faces. The Balkans are a crossroads of peoples, and the boy is now crossing through all of them. The journey is long enough for fear to slowly transform into curiosity, long enough for strangers to become companions, long enough for homesickness to settle quietly into the background. Among the travellers are other boys selected for service within the Ottoman system. Some come from Serbian lands, some from Bosnia, others from regions the boy has never even heard of. At first they speak little. Each carries his own worries. Each misses home. Each wonders what awaits them at the end of the road. But shared uncertainty has a way of creating friendships. Gradually, conversations begin. The boys exchange stories about their villages. They compare family traditions. They argue over whose homeland has the strongest warriors. This particular debate produces no winner, like most arguments involving teenage boys and national pride. As the weeks pass, the Ottoman escorts prove different from what the boy expected. They are strict, disciplined, professional. But they are not the monsters described in fearful village rumours. The Empire wants these boys educated and trained. Dead boys make very poor administrators. This practical reality provides some comfort. The caravan passes through towns bustling with merchants from distant lands. The boy sees goods he never imagined existed. silks from Asia, spices from Arabia, luxury items worth more than an entire village. For the first time, he begins to grasp the scale of the empire he is entering. His homeland suddenly feels very small, not insignificant, simply small. The Ottoman world stretches far beyond mountains and valleys. It reaches across seas, deserts, and continents. The realization is overwhelming. Then one evening, after weeks on the road, rumours begin spreading among the travellers. The capital is near, Constantinople, the city that serves as the heart of the empire, the city of emperors, sultans, palaces, and wonders. The boys have heard stories about it for years. Most seem impossible. Streets crowded with thousands, markets larger than entire towns, buildings so vast they appear unreal. Naturally, this only makes everyone more eager to see it. As the caravan continues its final approach, excitement begins replacing fear, because whatever lies ahead, one thing is certain. The next chapter of the boy's life will begin not in a mountain fortress of Albania, but in the greatest city he has ever imagined. After weeks of travel, the city finally appears. At first, it is only a distant shape on the horizon. Then the walls come into view. Massive, endless, almost unbelievable. The boy has seen fortresses before. Albania is full of them. Stone walls and defensive towers are familiar sights, but this is different. Constantinople is not a fortress. It is a world. Its enormous walls stretch across the landscape like a mountain built by human hands. Countless towers rise above them. Beyond the walls, domes and minarets pierce the skyline. Nothing in the boy's life has prepared him for this sight. As the caravan approaches the gates, the crowds become thicker. Merchants push carts loaded with goods. Sailors haul cargo from distant ports. Soldiers patrol the roads. Travellers from every corner of the empire move through the city. The boy hears languages he cannot identify: Greek, Turkish, Arabic, Persian, and many others. The city seems to contain half the world. When the caravan finally enters through the gates, the noise is overwhelming. Markets overflow with activity. Street vendors call out to customers. Craftsmen hammer metal in open workshops. Animals crowd the streets. The smell of spices, smoke, bread, livestock, and the sea mixes together into something impossible to describe. For a moment, the boy simply stares. Everything feels larger, louder, faster. His homeland suddenly seems very far away. The Ottoman officials lead the boys through districts filled with grand buildings. Palaces stand beside gardens. Mosques rise above crowded neighbourhoods. Government offices bustle with activity. Everywhere there is evidence of organisation. The empire is enormous, but it functions because thousands of administrators, soldiers, scholars and officials keep it running. Soon the boys are separated into groups. Their education is about to begin. This is the moment when the journey truly ends. Up until now, they have been travellers. Now they become students of the Ottoman system. The transition is immediate. New rules replace old habits. Schedules become strict. Discipline becomes essential. The boy quickly learns that talent alone is not enough. The empire values obedience, intelligence, and hard work. Every action is observed. Every mistake is noticed. Every success is remembered. For some boys, the adjustment is difficult. For others, it becomes an opportunity. The Albanian noble boy watches carefully. He listens more than he speaks. He studies everything around him. The lessons have already begun, because survival in this new world requires learning its rules. And as he settles into his new life, he starts to realize something unexpected. The empire that took him from his homeland is also preparing him for a future far greater than he could have imagined in the mountains of Albania. The education begins immediately. There is no long period of adjustment, no opportunity to spend weeks wandering the city or recovering from the journey. The Ottoman system has invested time and resources in bringing these boys to the capital. Now it expects results. Each day follows a strict routine. Lessons begin early. Rules are enforced consistently. Discipline governs everything. For the Albanian boy, the first challenge is language. Around him, instructors and officials speak Ottoman Turkish. Other students arrive from different regions of the empire, bringing their own languages and accents. At first, conversations feel like puzzles missing half their pieces. Simple tasks become difficult. Simple mistakes become common. But children learn quickly, especially when failure is not an attractive option. Within months, unfamiliar words begin to feel natural. The boy listens carefully, observes constantly, studies relentlessly. He discovers that success here depends less on noble birth and more on ability. That realization surprises him. Back in Albania, family connections and local influence mattered greatly. Inside the Ottoman system, talent can open doors that birth alone cannot. Not everyone appreciates this arrangement. Some students struggle with the demands, others long constantly for home. A few never fully adapt. The Albanian boy understands their feelings. There are nights when memories of mountain villages and family gatherings return with painful clarity. The smell of familiar food, the sound of local songs, the sight of hills rising above his homeland. Those memories never disappear, but they slowly become less immediate, less sharp. The present demands attention, and the present is full of opportunity. The curriculum is extensive. Students study languages, history, administration, military skills, religion, court etiquette. Everything needed to serve a vast empire. The expectations are enormous. Future governors may emerge from these classrooms, future generals, future advisors to the Sultan himself. The empire is searching for talent wherever it can find it. The boy begins to thrive. His instructors notice his intelligence, his discipline, his willingness to learn. Qualities that earn respect in any society. For the first time since leaving Albania, he starts imagining a future rather than merely enduring the present. The fear that dominated the journey begins to fade. In its place comes ambition. Careful ambition, the kind that grows quietly. Yet even as he masters new skills, a question lingers beneath the surface. Who is he becoming? The son of an Albanian noble family? A servant of the Ottoman Empire? Both? Neither? The answer is not yet clear. What is clear is that the boy who arrived at Constantinople is already changing. With every lesson learned and every year that passes, the distance between his old life and his new one grows larger, and soon the empire will begin testing just how far he can rise. Years pass. The frightened boy who once rode away from the mountains of Albania is becoming difficult to recognize. The empire has shaped him, not all at once, not through a single lesson or dramatic event, through countless small changes repeated day after day, new skills, new responsibilities, new expectations. The transformation is gradual, but it is undeniable. By now he speaks Ottoman Turkish fluently. He understands the customs of the court. He has mastered military training and administrative studies. More importantly, he has learned how power operates inside one of the largest empires in the world, and the Ottoman system rewards such abilities. Advancement is possible. For talented students, remarkable advancement. Unlike many noble societies where birth determines almost everything, The Ottoman administration actively searches for capable individuals. The empire needs governors, commanders, advisors, officials. It cannot afford to ignore talent. The Albanian youth quickly discovers that opportunities exist for those willing to seize them. His instructors continue to notice him. Superiors begin assigning greater responsibilities. Tasks that once seemed intimidating become routine. The confidence he lacked during his first months in Constantinople now comes naturally. He learns an important lesson. Knowledge creates power, not the power of armies, not the power of wealth, the power to influence decisions, to understand people, to navigate complicated situations, the sort of power that often lasts longer than swords. Around him, other students experience varying fortunes. Some excel, some struggle, some disappear into lesser roles throughout the empire. The competition is constant. Everyone understands what is at stake. A successful career can bring influence, prestige, and authority beyond anything imagined in childhood. Failure means becoming just another official among thousands. The Albanian youth refuses to fail. His ambition grows steadily. Yet that ambition creates a strange tension inside him. The more successful he becomes, the further he moves from the life he once knew. Memories of Albania still exist. The mountains, the villages, his family. But they increasingly feel like memories from another lifetime. Sometimes he catches himself thinking in Turkish rather than his native language. Sometimes he realizes months have passed without speaking about his homeland. These moments unsettle him, because they force him to confront a difficult reality. The Ottoman system is not merely educating him, it is reshaping his identity, and it is doing so successfully. By now, the empire no longer sees him as a boy taken from Albania. It sees something else. A promising young man with exceptional potential, a future servant of the state, perhaps even a future leader. The question is no longer whether he will succeed. The question is how much success the empire is willing to grant him. Success brings rewards. It also brings questions. By now, the young Albanian has achieved something few could have imagined when he first left home. He has risen through the ranks of the Ottoman system. Superiors trust him. Opportunities continue to appear. His future looks brighter than it ever could have in the isolated mountain territories of his childhood. Yet the higher he climbs, the more complicated his identity becomes. To the Ottoman authorities, he is a success story, proof that the system works. A talented young man transformed into a loyal servant of the empire. To many people in his homeland, however, the situation would appear very different. Some would see him as a son who never returned. Others might view him as a man serving foreign rulers. A few might consider him both. The truth is far more complicated than any simple label. The young man now lives in a world few Albanians of his generation could even imagine. He attends meetings with powerful officials. He learns about military campaigns taking place hundreds of miles away. He sees how governors administer provinces stretching across vast distances. The empire reveals itself not as a distant force, but as an enormous machine, with countless people working to keep it moving, and he is becoming one of them. Yet memories remain, sometimes unexpectedly. A familiar melody heard in a marketplace, a traveller speaking an Albanian dialect, a passing reference to the mountains where he grew up. Such moments can stop him in his tracks. For a brief instant, he is no longer an Ottoman official. He is a boy again, riding through valleys, listening to family stories, watching the sunset behind familiar peaks. Then the moment passes, duty returns, reality returns. The empire always demands attention. As the years continue, he learns to live with this contradiction. He belongs to two worlds. One gave him birth, The other gave him opportunity. Neither can be fully abandoned. Neither can be fully embraced without sacrifice. Many men in similar situations struggle with this balance. Some reject their past entirely. Others spend their lives longing for what they lost. The young Albanian chooses a different path. He accepts that both histories now belong to him. The mountains of Albania shaped his childhood. The Ottoman Empire shaped the man he has become. Together, they have created someone neither world could have produced alone. And as his reputation continues to grow, events beyond his control are beginning to reshape the Balkans once again. Soon, the land he left behind will produce a figure who challenges Ottoman power itself. A figure whose name will echo across centuries. And that development will force every Albanian serving the empire to confront an uncomfortable question about loyalty, identity, and home. The young Albanian who left his homeland years ago has become a man, an accomplished one, educated, respected, trusted by the Ottoman state. By almost every measure, the empire's investment has succeeded. The frightened boy who once rode eastward through the mountains is gone. The guests arrive expecting dinner. What they receive is something closer to a theatrical performance, a wealth exhibition, and a culinary prank all rolled into one. The feast takes place in ancient Rome, during an age when the wealthy competed with one another in increasingly creative ways to prove they had more money than common sense. And few men embraced this challenge more enthusiastically than Trimalchio. Now, Trimalchio was not a real historical figure in the traditional sense. He appears in the Roman work Satyricon, written by the author Petronius. Yet the character was clearly inspired by the excesses of wealthy Romans that audiences would have immediately recognized. In other words, the joke only worked because people knew men like this actually existed. The guests enter a lavish dining room decorated with expensive artwork, exotic ornaments, and enough luxury to make several senators quietly reconsider their career choices. Servants move everywhere. Musicians perform. Food arrives constantly, and the host ensures that every moment focuses attention on himself. The first courses immediately reveal what kind of evening this will be. Platters appear covered with elaborate decorations. Ordinary dishes are disguised as something else. Foods are hidden inside other foods. Eggs are served that turn out not to be eggs at all. Nothing is straightforward. Eating dinner has become an intellectual puzzle. One almost expects a roasted peacock to emerge carrying legal paperwork and demanding signatures. As the evening continues, the displays become increasingly extravagant. Exotic animals appear on the tables. Rare ingredients imported from distant provinces are presented as casually as bread. Entire courses arrive, accompanied by performances from servants and entertainers. The guests are expected not merely to eat, but to admire, and preferably to admire loudly. That is the entire point. In Roman elite society, a feast was never just about food. It was about status, power, influence. A wealthy host wanted guests to leave impressed, jealous, and slightly exhausted. Success was measured not by how well people ate, but by how much they talked about the feast afterward. Trimalchio understands this perfectly. Every course becomes larger. Every display becomes stranger. Every moment becomes more theatrical. The meal stretches on for hours. Guests drink wine, listen to speeches, and endure endless demonstrations of the host's wealth. Some are amazed. Some are entertained. Some are probably wondering whether they will ever be allowed to go home. Yet centuries later, people still remember the feast. And perhaps that was Trimalchio's greatest victory. The food disappeared, the wine was consumed, the decorations eventually vanished, but the spectacle itself became immortal. If Trimalchio's feast was about pretending to be important, the next banquet was hosted by a man who had actually conquered half the known world, and he wanted everyone to remember it. By the time Alexander the Great reached the height of his power, he ruled an empire stretching from Greece to the borders of India. Kingdoms had fallen before him, cities bore his name, entire nations paid tribute to his authority. Naturally, this seemed like an excellent excuse for a feast. One of the most famous celebrations took place after years of military victories had transformed a young Macedonian king into perhaps the most powerful man on earth. The setting was magnificent. Rich carpets covered palace floors. Golden vessels lined the banquet tables. Musicians, dancers, nobles, generals, and foreign ambassadors filled the halls. Every detail reminded guests that they were standing in the court of a conqueror whose ambitions seemed to have no limits. The food arrived in endless waves: roasted lamb, wild boar, game birds, fresh fish transported from distant regions, exotic fruits imported from across the empire, massive loaves of bread, honey cakes, spiced delicacies that most ordinary people would never taste in their entire lives. The tables groaned beneath the weight. The servants probably did as well. Wine flowed continuously, and not just ordinary wine. The Macedonians were famous for their drinking culture, and Alexander's court embraced the tradition enthusiastically, very enthusiastically. Banquets often involved drinking contests, endless toasts, and enough wine to make future historians question the judgment of nearly everyone involved. Alexander himself enjoyed these gatherings. The feast was more than entertainment. It was politics. Generals were rewarded. Alliances were strengthened. Foreign envoys witnessed the wealth and confidence of the empire. Every cup raised and every toast delivered carried political significance. Yet beneath the celebration, something else was emerging. Success. Too much success. The young king who had once led daring cavalry charges now lived surrounded by unimaginable luxury. Persian customs entered the court. Ceremonies became more elaborate. Some Macedonian veterans began worrying that their king was changing, perhaps even becoming too much like the rulers he had conquered. Still, on feast nights, those concerns often disappeared beneath mountains of food and rivers of wine. The music played. The guests laughed. The conqueror celebrated. And for a few hours, the empire seemed invincible. Yet history has a habit of ending celebrations abruptly. Many of Alexander's most famous banquets would later become associated not only with triumph, but with arguments, excess, and tragedy. Because sometimes the greatest dangers to an empire are not found on the battlefield. Sometimes they are seated at the banquet table. If Alexander's banquet celebrated conquest, the next feast celebrated something equally important to medieval rulers: marriage. Or more specifically, using marriage as an opportunity to display enough wealth to make neighbouring kingdoms deeply uncomfortable. The year is 1382. England's young king, Richard II, is marrying Anne of Bohemia. The union is politically important, linking England with powerful allies in Europe. But politics alone does not impress medieval nobles. For that, you need a feast. A very large feast, preferably one involving enough food to feed several villages. The celebrations begin long before the first dish reaches the table. Nobles travel from across England and beyond to attend. Great lords arrive with their retinues. Knights display expensive clothing. Church officials gather in ceremonial splendour. Everyone is watching everyone else. Medieval feasts were social battlefields disguised as dinner parties. Status mattered. Seating arrangements mattered. Who spoke to the king mattered. Even who received the best portion of food could become a matter of pride. As guests enter the great hall, they find a scene designed to overwhelm. Long tables stretch across the chamber. Colourful banners hang from the walls. Candles and torches illuminate polished silver and gold. Musicians perform, while servants move constantly between kitchens and dining areas. The scale alone is impressive. Then the food begins arriving. Course after course emerges from the royal kitchens: roasted beef, venison from royal forests, swans, peacocks, herons, geese, pies filled with meat, spices and dried fruits, fresh bread baked in enormous quantities, imported wines, sweet pastries, rich sauces flavoured with costly spices from distant lands. These spices are particularly important. Cinnamon, cloves, ginger and pepper are astonishingly expensive in medieval Europe. Using them generously is the culinary equivalent of scattering gold coins across the table. The message is clear. The king is wealthy enough not to care about the cost. Guests eat for hours. Entertainment fills the spaces between courses. Minstrels perform songs. Stories are recited. Jesters attempt to amuse noble audiences who are often much harder to entertain than they believe. Some succeed. Most do their best. Throughout the evening, Richard II sits at the centre of attention. The feast is not merely a wedding celebration. It is a demonstration of royal authority. Every dish, every decoration, every musician serves the same purpose: to remind everyone present who rules England. And judging by contemporary accounts, the effort succeeds. Guests leave impressed by the scale of the celebration. But compared to what awaits at the court of Burgundy in the next chapter, even this magnificent wedding feast will seem almost restrained. If the wedding feast of Richard II was designed to impress guests, the next banquet was designed to leave them wondering whether they had accidentally wandered into a dream, or perhaps a very expensive fever. The year is 1454, the location is Lille, in the powerful Duchy of Burgundy, and the host is Philip the Good, one of the wealthiest rulers in Europe. Burgundy at this time is astonishingly rich. Its cities thrive on trade. Its court is famous for luxury. Its nobles compete constantly to display elegance, wealth, and sophistication. Naturally, when Philip decides to host a feast, moderation is not invited. The event becomes known as the Feast of the Golden Pheasant. Even the name sounds expensive. Guests arrive expecting something extraordinary. They are not disappointed. The great hall is transformed into a world of spectacle. Elaborate decorations cover every surface. Rich fabrics hang from walls. Golden ornaments gleam beneath candlelight. Musicians fill the room with music while servants move in carefully organised formations. Then the entertainments begin, and this is where things become truly unusual. Medieval feasts often included performances. This feast includes entire theatrical productions. Mechanical devices roll through the hall. Actors perform dramatic scenes. Artificial castles appear. Mythological creatures are displayed. At one point, a giant pie is reportedly presented with living birds released from inside, because apparently serving food normally had become far too predictable. The guests watch in amazement. The feast is not progressing like a meal. It is unfolding like a series of increasingly bizarre surprises. Course after course arrives: roasted game, exotic birds, fresh fish, rich sauces, sweet pastries, rare wines, every dish prepared with extraordinary care, every presentation designed to attract attention. But the true purpose of the feast extends beyond food. Europe is still reacting to the fall of Constantinople to the Ottomans the previous year. Many Christian rulers are discussing the possibility of a new crusade. Philip wants to position himself as a leader of that effort. The feast becomes a political stage. Nobles make vows. Speeches are delivered. promises are exchanged. At the centre of the ceremony stands a magnificent golden pheasant. The bird becomes a symbol of the commitments being made. Whether everyone intended to keep those promises is another question entirely. History is full of impressive speeches delivered shortly before people discover other priorities. Still, as the evening comes to an end, guests leave having witnessed one of the most spectacular banquets of the Middle Ages. A feast so extravagant that centuries later, historians still talk about it. And remarkably, even greater displays of power await inside the palaces of the Ottoman sultans. If the Feast of the Golden Pheasant showcased the wealth of Burgundy, the Ottoman imperial banquet demonstrated something even more intimidating: control. Because when foreign ambassadors entered the palaces of the Ottoman sultans, they were not simply attending dinner. They were witnessing the machinery of an empire. The setting is Constantinople, now the capital of the Ottoman world. Behind the walls of the imperial palace lies a city within a city. Gardens stretch across vast grounds. Courtyards connect magnificent buildings. Guards stand at every important entrance. Everything is organised. Everything is deliberate. Nothing is accidental. Foreign envoys arriving at the palace often expect noise and chaos from such a massive court. Instead, they encounter discipline. The silence alone is unsettling. Hundreds of officials move through the palace performing their duties with remarkable precision. Servants, administrators, soldiers and attendants seem to operate as parts of a single machine. Visitors quickly understand the intended message. This empire is powerful, and it knows exactly what it is doing. When banquet time arrives, guests are escorted into grand halls prepared for the occasion. The decorations are impressive but not excessive. Unlike many European courts, the Ottomans often prefer controlled magnificence rather than theatrical extravagance. The confidence of the empire does not require giant pies filled with birds. Although one suspects some ambassadors might have appreciated the effort, the food begins arriving, and it arrives in astonishing quantities. Rice dishes scented with spices, roasted lamb, tender poultry, fresh fish, stuffed vegetables, sweet pastries dripping with honey, fruits gathered from provinces stretching across 3 continents. Every region of the empire seems represented on the tables. The meal itself becomes a map of Ottoman power. Guests sample dishes influenced by Turkish, Arab, Persian, Balkan and Mediterranean traditions. Each bite reminds them just how vast the empire has become. Yet the food is only part of the experience. The true purpose of the banquet is diplomatic. Ambassadors carefully observe everything around them: the clothing of officials, the behaviour of guards, the efficiency of servants, the wealth displayed throughout the palace. Every detail provides information. Every detail sends a message. At the centre of it all sits the Sultan, calm, controlled, confident. Unlike rulers who constantly seek attention, the Sultan often appears almost detached from the spectacle surrounding him. And that restraint can be more impressive than any display of extravagance. Because the greatest power is not always the loudest. As the feast continues late into the evening, many foreign visitors come to the same conclusion. They have not merely attended a banquet, they have witnessed one of the most powerful governments on earth presenting itself at its absolute best. And in the next century, one king in France will attempt to make even that seem modest. If the Ottoman sultans used banquets to demonstrate control, King Louis XIV of France turned dining into something altogether different: a public performance. At the Palace of Versailles, even eating dinner became a form of royal theatre, and the star of the show was always the king. By the late 17th century, Louis XIV had transformed himself into the most powerful monarch in Europe. He called himself the Sun King, and like the sun, everything in his world was expected to revolve around him, including supper. The setting could hardly be more magnificent. Versailles glittered with gold, mirrors, marble, and endless gardens. Hundreds of nobles lived at court, competing constantly for royal favour. And when the king sat down to eat, many of them gathered simply to watch. Not join him, watch him. This may sound strange today. It seemed strange to some people then as well. But access to the king was a privilege. Being present during his meals offered opportunities to gain attention, secure influence, and remind everyone that you belonged among France's elite. The evening meal, known as the Grand Couvert, became one of the most famous dining rituals in Europe. Courtiers crowded into the room. Foreign ambassadors observed carefully. Servants moved with military precision. Then the king arrived. Immediately, all eyes turned toward him. The meal itself was extraordinary. Dozens of dishes covered the tables: roasted game, pheasants, partridges, veal, beef, fish from distant waters, fresh fruits from royal gardens, pastries crafted by some of the finest cooks in Europe. Rich sauces accompanied nearly everything. French cuisine was becoming an art form, and Versailles served as its grand stage. Course after course appeared before the king. Some visitors were astonished by the quantity. Others were astonished by how much Louis himself could eat. The king reportedly possessed a formidable appetite. One dinner might include multiple soups, several large portions of meat, game birds, salads, fruit, and desserts. Modern physicians would probably have several concerns. Yet the spectacle was not really about food. The food was merely the prop. The true purpose was power. Every noble present understood that the king controlled careers, fortunes, and futures. A glance from Louis could elevate a courtier. A dismissal could ruin one. The supper reinforced this reality every evening. As candles reflected from mirrors and silver tableware, Versailles became a stage where authority was performed with remarkable effectiveness. Guests left impressed not only by the luxury, but by the system itself. Everything revolved around one man, and for decades that man made France the envy of Europe. If Versailles represented the peak of royal dining inside a palace, the next feast took place on an even grander stage, an entire landscape. The year is 1520. The rulers are King Henry VIII and King Francis I. The goal is simple: demonstrate friendship. The actual method is considerably more complicated. Each king intends to outshine the other with a display of wealth so extravagant that future generations will still be talking about it 5 centuries later. Remarkably, they succeed. The meeting takes place between England and France near Calais. For weeks, workers transform open countryside into a temporary city of luxury. Magnificent tents cover the fields. Temporary palaces rise from the ground. Fountains flow with wine. Rich fabrics glitter in the sunlight. Thousands of nobles, servants, soldiers, musicians, cooks and attendants arrive from both kingdoms. The scale is astonishing. Visitors describe golden cloth covering buildings, decorations worth fortunes, and enough luxury to bankrupt smaller nations. Hence the name, the Field of the Cloth of Gold. The feast itself becomes one of the most famous diplomatic banquets in history. Every day brings new entertainments, banquets, tournaments, masquerades, dancing, music, archery contests, wrestling matches, and endless opportunities for each king to demonstrate his magnificence. The food arrives in unbelievable quantities. Thousands of animals are slaughtered to feed the gathering. Roasted oxen turn slowly over fires. Venison arrives from royal hunting grounds. Swans and peacocks decorate banquet tables. Fish, pastries, fruit, and imported delicacies appear in endless succession. Wine flows so freely that many participants probably remember the event somewhat differently than it actually occurred, assuming they remembered it at all. At the centre of everything stand the two monarchs. Henry is tall, athletic, and eager to impress. Francis is charismatic, cultured, and equally determined not to be outdone. Both men understand the true purpose of the gathering. This is diplomacy through spectacle. Military power can be displayed through armies. Economic power can be displayed through trade. Royal power, however, is best displayed through a feast so extravagant that people spend decades discussing the menu. For several weeks, the celebrations continue. Europe watches with fascination. The kings embrace. The nobles celebrate. The banquets grow larger. The expenses grow even larger. And yet, for all the friendship on display, the political alliance proves surprisingly fragile. Within a few years, the two kingdoms are enemies again. The feast fades. The tents disappear. The wine stops flowing. But the memory remains. One of the most expensive and spectacular royal gatherings ever recorded, and somehow one final feast still surpasses them all. After centuries of royal banquets, one feast would become famous not only for its luxury, but for the strange irony that history later attached to it. The year is 1770. Europe's most powerful royal families are celebrating the marriage of two teenagers, the Austrian Archduchess Marie Antoinette and the future King Louis XVI of France. At the time, nobody knows how the story will end. Nobody imagines revolution. Nobody imagines guillotines. Nobody imagines the collapse of one of Europe's oldest monarchies. For now, there is only celebration. And what a celebration it is! The French court spares no expense. Versailles already stands as the most magnificent palace in Europe, and the wedding festivities transform it into an even greater spectacle. Thousands of guests arrive. Nobles travel from across France and beyond. Ambassadors attend in dazzling uniforms. Musicians, entertainers, servants, cooks, and officials work tirelessly to keep the celebrations running. The entire kingdom seems determined to celebrate. The banquet halls glitter with candlelight. Crystal chandeliers reflect endless points of light. Gold decorations cover walls and furniture. Expensive porcelain and silver tableware line the tables. Every surface appears designed to remind guests that they are standing at the centre of one of the wealthiest courts in Europe. Then comes the food. The royal kitchens operate like a military campaign. Hundreds of cooks prepare elaborate dishes. Roasted game, fresh fish, rich sauces, rare fruits, delicate pastries, luxurious desserts. Every course arrives with perfect timing. Every plate reflects the extraordinary skill of French cuisine. Guests eat for hours. Music fills the halls. Conversations flow as freely as the wine. The young bride and groom sit at the centre of the celebration, surrounded by the highest ranks of European society. To those attending, the future appears secure. France seems powerful. The monarchy seems permanent. The wealth of Versailles appears limitless. Yet history enjoys a certain sense of humour. Because while nobles feast beneath golden ceilings, many ordinary people across France struggle with rising costs, poor harvests, and growing economic pressure. The contrast remains mostly invisible during the celebrations, but it exists, quietly, patiently, waiting. Within 2 decades, the world surrounding Versailles will change completely. The palace that hosted one of the most extravagant wedding feasts in history will become a symbol of royal excess. The young queen celebrated at this banquet will become one of history's most famous monarchs, for reasons she would certainly have preferred to avoid. But before revolution transformed Europe, one final royal feast would demonstrate wealth on a scale almost beyond belief, and would become the ultimate symbol of royal extravagance. If history had decided to hold a competition for royal extravagance, King George IV of Britain would have entered with tremendous confidence and an unlimited budget. By the time of his coronation in 1821, George had spent decades cultivating a reputation for luxury. He loved fine clothing, lavish palaces, expensive art, and spectacular entertainments. Most importantly, he loved being admired. His coronation feast would ensure exactly that. The event took place at Westminster Hall, one of the oldest and most prestigious ceremonial spaces in England. For centuries, kings and queens had celebrated major occasions there. None quite like this. Preparations took months. Hey guys, tonight we're diving into some of the most dangerous cursed artifacts of the medieval world. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see how many history lovers and people avoiding sleep for questionable reasons gather here from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. If there was one object capable of making medieval rulers completely abandon common sense, it was a crown. Not just any crown, of course. This was the Iron Crown of Lombardy, one of the most famous and feared royal artifacts in medieval Europe. Unlike ordinary crowns covered in enough gold to bankrupt a small kingdom, this one carried a far more valuable asset, a legendary origin story. According to tradition, the thin iron band hidden inside the crown had been forged from one of the nails used during the crucifixion of Christ. Whether that story was true is difficult to prove. Whether people believed it is much easier to answer. Absolutely. And once medieval people believed something, they committed to it with impressive determination. This was, after all, an age where a failed harvest, a comet, and an unusually aggressive goat could all be interpreted as divine messages. The crown quickly became one of the most sacred symbols of authority in Europe. Kings wanted it. Emperors wanted it. Ambitious nobles wanted it. Popes wanted influence over whoever possessed it. In short, everyone wanted the crown except the people who had to guard it. To be crowned with the Iron Crown meant more than becoming a ruler. It suggested that heaven itself approved of your reign. Unfortunately, heaven seemed strangely reluctant to provide customer support afterward. Over the centuries, ruler after ruler sought possession of the crown. Many of them soon encountered disasters that chroniclers eagerly connected to the artifact. Some died unexpectedly, some faced rebellions, some lost wars. Others discovered that governing medieval Europe was like attempting to herd angry cats, while your neighbours repeatedly set your barn on fire. Naturally, the crown began attracting rumours. Whispers spread that it carried a curse. The pattern appeared difficult to ignore. Powerful men fought desperately to obtain the artifact, only to find themselves facing endless misfortune once they had it. One famous admirer was Charlemagne, whose empire stretched across much of Western Europe. During his lifetime, he appeared unstoppable. Yet after his death, his vast empire slowly fragmented into competing kingdoms ruled by descendants who often seemed to regard family reunions as opportunities for civil war. Medieval storytellers looked at this situation and reached a conclusion. Clearly the crown was cursed. The possibility that dividing a massive empire among ambitious heirs might create problems received considerably less attention. As centuries passed, Holy Roman emperors continued travelling into Italy to claim the crown. Many arrived expecting glory. Instead, they found Italian politics. This was unfortunate. Italian cities rebelled, noble families plotted, allies changed sides. Assassinations occurred with alarming frequency. Trust was often treated as a temporary condition rather than a permanent virtue. For many rulers, obtaining the crown turned out to be the easiest part of the entire process. Keeping the throne was where the suffering began, and this is what made the Iron Crown such a perfect cursed artifact. Whenever a king won a victory, everyone praised his wisdom. Whenever he suffered a humiliating defeat, lost half his territory, and accidentally started 3 new wars, people glanced suspiciously at the crown. The artifact enjoyed perhaps the greatest arrangement in medieval history. It received all the credit for success and none of the responsibility for failure. By the late Middle Ages, the Iron Crown had become far more than a royal treasure. It was a symbol of ambition itself, an object that promised legitimacy, glory, and divine favour. Yet nearly everyone who pursued those rewards discovered the same uncomfortable truth. The crown did not create power. It simply attracted people who wanted too much of it. And if there was a curse hidden within the Iron Crown of Lombardy, it may not have been supernatural at all. The real curse was convincing generations of rulers that one more crown would finally solve all their problems. History suggests it mostly gave them new ones. If medieval Europe had one universal rule, it was this. Whenever a mysterious gemstone appeared, somebody would eventually decide it was cursed. The Emerald of St. Mark was one such treasure. According to legend, this remarkable green stone found its way into the vast collection of relics and treasures held by Venice. Over time, stories emerged claiming that the emerald had an ancient and troubling history. Some whispered that it had once belonged to pagan priests. Others insisted it came from a forgotten temple somewhere in the east. A few storytellers, never satisfied with ordinary explanations, claimed demons themselves had guarded it before humans acquired it. As usual, nobody could agree on the details. The curse, however, was easier to agree upon. Venice during the Middle Ages was one of the richest cities on earth. Merchant ships arrived daily carrying silk, spices, gold, jewels, and enough luxury goods to make the average European peasant wonder whether they were living on the same planet. The city became fabulously wealthy. It also became fabulously paranoid. When fortunes were won and lost overnight, people constantly searched for explanations. If a merchant suddenly became rich, God had blessed him. If he suddenly lost everything, perhaps a curse was involved. The emerald became connected to a surprising number of unfortunate events. A merchant family suffered financial collapse. The emerald was blamed. A nobleman's ships vanished during a storm. The emerald was blamed. A political rival died unexpectedly. The emerald was blamed. A seagull stole someone's lunch near the harbour. Given enough time, the emerald probably would have been blamed for that too. The gemstone's reputation grew stronger with every new story. Some claimed that owners experienced vivid nightmares after spending time near it. Others reported feelings of dread, anxiety, or unexplained illness. Of course, many wealthy Venetians were already surrounded by enemies, political intrigue, and business competitors who would happily ruin them for a modest profit. Such circumstances can occasionally produce anxiety without supernatural assistance. Yet the legends persisted. Part of the emerald's power came from its mystery. Nobody could fully explain where it had come from. The less people knew, the more imagination filled the gaps. And medieval imaginations were remarkably productive. This was the same era that occasionally solved unanswered questions by adding dragons. The truth is that Venice itself may have been the real curse. The city was a place of endless ambition. Merchants gambled fortunes. Politicians plotted constantly. Rivals watched one another with suspicion. Wealth brought influence, but influence attracted enemies. The emerald simply became a convenient symbol for all those dangers. Yet for centuries, people continued telling stories about the mysterious green stone. Because a cursed emerald is far more interesting than admitting that greed, jealousy, and politics were usually responsible for most disasters. And unlike cursed gemstones, those problems never went out of fashion. Few medieval artifacts inspired more fascination, fear, and outright obsession than the legendary Spear of Destiny. According to tradition, this was the very spear used by the Roman soldier Longinus to pierce the side of Christ during the crucifixion. If true, it would have been one of the most important relics in Christianity. If not true, it was still one of the most successful pieces of medieval marketing ever created. Over the centuries, various rulers claimed to possess the spear. Each version came with impressive documentation, passionate defenders, and just enough mystery to keep arguments going for generations. And where there is mystery, a curse is rarely far behind. By the early Middle Ages, many believed the spear granted divine protection to whoever possessed it. Kings and emperors treated it as more than a relic. It was a symbol of legitimacy, power, and heavenly approval. The logic was simple. Own the spear, and God favours you. Lose the spear, and things may become complicated. Very complicated. One of the most famous owners was the Holy Roman Emperor Otto I. He carried the relic into battle and won spectacular victories. Chroniclers pointed to the spear as proof of divine support. Naturally, when rulers succeeded, the spear received credit. When rulers failed, explanations became more creative. As generations passed, stories accumulated. Some claimed no owner could be defeated while holding the spear. Others insisted disaster would strike the moment it left their possession. The problem was that history stubbornly refused to cooperate with these theories. Many rulers who possessed the spear still faced rebellions. They still lost battles. They still died. Quite a few discovered that owning a sacred relic did not prevent their relatives from plotting against them. This was an unfortunate surprise for medieval monarchs, who often considered family members their most reliable source of future betrayal. The spear's reputation grew stronger precisely because powerful people kept chasing it. The more valuable it became, the more dramatic its legends became. Soon the relic was surrounded by tales of supernatural power. Some believed it could determine the fate of empires. Others thought it protected entire kingdoms. Meanwhile, the average medieval peasant was probably wondering whether the spear could help with taxes. Sadly, no such miracles were reported. What makes the Spear of Destiny fascinating is not whether it was cursed, blessed, or genuinely authentic. It is the fact that generations of rulers believed an object could guarantee victory. Again and again, they placed their faith in a relic rather than the far less exciting necessities of government. Competent leadership, stable finances, loyal allies, and armies that actually arrived when summoned. The spear promised certainty in an uncertain world. That was its real power, and perhaps its greatest curse. Because once people become convinced that a single object can solve all their problems, disappointment is usually only a matter of time. Not every cursed artifact was a jewel, a crown, or a sacred relic. Sometimes it was a book, which may not sound particularly threatening today. Most books spend their lives quietly sitting on shelves, occasionally being purchased with good intentions before joining a growing collection of unread companions. But in the Middle Ages, books were different. Books were rare. Books were expensive. Books contained knowledge that most people would never have access to. And some books were believed to contain knowledge that nobody should have access to. Stories circulated throughout medieval Europe about mysterious manuscripts filled with strange symbols, cryptic diagrams, forgotten languages, and instructions that supposedly revealed hidden secrets of the universe. Monks copied them. Scholars studied them. Church authorities occasionally worried about them. Everyone else made up increasingly alarming stories about them. One recurring legend involved books that could summon spirits or demons when certain passages were read aloud. Another claimed that some manuscripts revealed future events. Others supposedly contained magical formulas inherited from ancient civilizations. Naturally, these stories made the books even more popular. Human curiosity has always worked in predictable ways. Tell people a book contains dangerous forbidden knowledge, and they immediately want to read chapter 1. Some medieval scholars became obsessed with collecting rare texts. They travelled across Europe searching monastery libraries and noble collections for forgotten manuscripts. Occasionally they discovered genuinely valuable works. Occasionally they found books so confusing that later generations assumed supernatural forces must be involved. After all, if nobody understands what they're reading, magic becomes a surprisingly popular explanation. One famous category of feared manuscripts involved books of alchemy. These texts promised hidden wisdom, secret transformations, and occasionally the possibility of turning ordinary metals into gold. Thousands of intelligent people spent years chasing these mysteries. The results were mixed. Gold remained difficult to produce. Strange smells were considerably easier. As stories spread, certain manuscripts gained reputations for bringing misfortune to their owners. A scholar falls ill after studying a book. The book is cursed. A monastery burns down years after acquiring a manuscript. The book is cursed. A researcher spends 20 years trying to decode mysterious symbols and achieves absolutely nothing. The book is definitely cursed. Modern academics might call this normal research frustration. Medieval observers preferred darker explanations. Yet these legends reveal something fascinating about the medieval world. People feared knowledge almost as much as they desired it. Books represented power. Power could change lives, and anything powerful enough to transform a person's understanding of the world was also powerful enough to frighten them. That is why certain manuscripts became cursed artifacts, not because demons lived within their pages, but because knowledge itself can be unsettling, especially when the book seems to know more than you do, which, to be fair, describes most textbooks. If there was ever a medieval king who could make a cursed artifact seem believable, it was King John of England. Long before he became a favourite villain in Robin Hood stories, John had earned a reputation for bad decisions, political disasters, failed military campaigns, and arguments with nearly everyone he encountered. His reign was so chaotic that later generations often struggled to decide whether his problems were caused by bad luck, poor judgment, or divine punishment. Naturally, a cursed ring eventually entered the story. According to various legends that emerged after his death, a royal ring associated with King John carried misfortune wherever it went. Some claimed the ring had been blessed and then corrupted. Others insisted it had once belonged to a holy figure before falling into unworthy hands. The details changed from storyteller to storyteller. The disasters remained remarkably consistent. John inherited a powerful kingdom, but quickly found himself losing territory in France. Noble families grew restless. The church became furious with him. His treasury was constantly under pressure. At one point, he managed to anger the Pope himself. This was generally considered an ambitious mistake. Most people struggled to upset their neighbours. John expanded his efforts internationally. As his troubles multiplied, rumours spread that something dark followed him. The ring became an easy target. After all, blaming a cursed object is much simpler than explaining years of complicated political failures. The ring's sinister reputation only grew after John's death in 1216. Stories began connecting every setback to the artifact. A noble family inherited the ring and suffered financial losses. The ring was cursed. A landowner became involved in a bitter dispute. The ring was cursed. Someone misplaced important documents and spent 3 days searching for them. Given enough medieval chroniclers, the ring probably would have been blamed. What made the legend especially appealing was that it fit neatly into medieval ideas about morality. People wanted to believe that power obtained through greed or dishonor carried consequences. The ring became a symbol of that belief. Unlike magical swords or sacred relics, it represented something far more ordinary. Temptation. A small object promising prestige and authority. The kind of treasure that could inspire jealousy, suspicion, and endless conflict. In reality, King John's troubles probably had less to do with curses and more to do with politics. Unfortunately for him, politics can sometimes look remarkably similar to a curse. Both tend to start with confidence and end with regret. By the late Middle Ages, the story of the ring had become part warning, part entertainment, and part moral lesson. And if the ring truly possessed supernatural power, it was remarkably selective. It never caused problems on its own. It merely seemed to find people already capable of creating plenty of problems without any assistance at all. Few medieval organizations attracted more legends than the Knights Templar. They began as a military order dedicated to protecting Christian pilgrims in the Holy Land. They ended as one of the richest, most powerful, and most mysterious institutions in medieval Europe. And whenever a wealthy organization suddenly collapses, people start asking questions. Lots of questions. More importantly, they start inventing answers. By the early 14th century, the Templars possessed castles, treasure, land, ships, and influence stretching across Europe. Kings borrowed money from them. Nobles respected them. Ordinary people viewed them with a mixture of admiration and suspicion. The order had become so successful that it eventually encountered one of history's most dangerous cursed artifacts, a heavily indebted king. King Philip IV of France owed enormous sums to the Templars. Conveniently, he also happened to control an army. In 1307, he ordered the arrest of Templars throughout France. Members of the order were accused of heresy, blasphemy, and a variety of shocking crimes. Many historians believe the accusations were largely political. Medieval politics occasionally displayed all the subtlety of a siege engine crashing through a wall. As the Templars were imprisoned and their order dismantled, a new mystery emerged. Where had their treasures gone? Some wealth was confiscated, some property was seized, but rumours quickly spread that the most valuable relics had disappeared before the arrests began. That was when the curse stories started. According to legend, the Templars had possessed sacred relics, mysterious artifacts, ancient treasures, and secret objects so powerful they could alter the fate of kingdoms. Anyone who searched for them was said to suffer misfortune. Treasure hunters vanished. Nobles lost fortunes. Explorers met untimely deaths. Failed expeditions became evidence of supernatural protection. Successful expeditions mysteriously failed to find anything, which, admittedly, is one of the safest ways for a curse to maintain its reputation. The most famous story involved the final Grand Master of the Order, Jacques de Molay. Before his execution, legend claims he cursed King Philip and Pope Clement V, summoning divine judgment upon them. Remarkably, both men died within a year. To medieval observers, this seemed highly suspicious. To modern observers, it sounds like the 14th century simply continued being the 14th century. Nevertheless, the curse endured. For centuries, treasure hunters searched for lost Templar relics hidden beneath castles, buried in forests, concealed in churches, or transported to distant lands. Most found disappointment. A few found empty wallets, and some discovered the timeless truth that searching for legendary cursed treasure is rarely as profitable as the legends suggest. The greatest Templar curse may not have been supernatural at all. It was convincing generations of people that the treasure was still waiting just around the next corner. Among the countless relics displayed in medieval churches, monasteries and cathedrals, few inspired as much unease as the mysterious object known in later legends as the Black Reliquary of Prague. Reliquaries were normally objects of comfort. They contained the bones of saints, fragments of holy garments, or other sacred items believed to connect the faithful to heaven. Pilgrims travelled enormous distances just to glimpse them. The Black Reliquary was different. People visited it out of devotion. They left with questions. According to various medieval stories, the reliquary appeared unusually dark, decorated with blackened metal and strange carvings that seemed older than the object itself. Some claimed it contained the remains of a forgotten saint. Others believed its contents had been misidentified centuries earlier. A few whispered that nobody truly knew what rested inside. And as every medieval storyteller understood, uncertainty is the fertile soil in which curses thrive. The relic was reportedly housed in Prague during a period when the city was becoming one of Central Europe's most important centres of religion, learning, and royal power. Pilgrims arrived from distant lands. Clergy debated theology, merchants exchanged goods, and rumours spread faster than all three combined. Visitors began reporting strange experiences. Some described vivid nightmares after seeing the reliquary. Others claimed they felt overwhelming dread while standing near it. A few insisted they heard whispers during prayer. Now, it is worth noting that medieval churches were often dimly lit buildings filled with flickering candles, shadowy corners, painted images of martyrdom, and sermons frequently describing the torments of hell. The average visitor was not exactly entering a relaxing spa environment. Nevertheless, stories multiplied. One tale described a nobleman who mocked the relic and later suffered a string of financial disasters. Another involved a thief who allegedly attempted to steal decorations from the reliquary before dying unexpectedly months later. To medieval audiences, these events seemed obvious. The curse had struck again. To modern audiences, the connection may appear slightly less convincing. After all, wealthy nobles frequently lost money, and medieval thieves generally enjoyed life expectancies that could be measured with impressive efficiency. Yet the reliquary's reputation only grew. Clergy treated it carefully. Pilgrims approached it cautiously. Chroniclers recorded its strange history. Every new misfortune added another layer to the legend. What made the Black Reliquary so frightening was not the object itself. It was the possibility that something sacred might also be dangerous. People expected cursed swords and cursed jewels. A cursed religious relic felt far more unsettling. Because if even holy objects could become sources of fear, then certainty became much harder to find. And in the medieval world, uncertainty was often the most frightening curse of all. At least until someone discovered another suspicious artifact and started the entire process again. If cursed artifacts had a favourite hobby, it would probably be attaching themselves to extremely wealthy people. The Jewel of the Burgundian Dukes was no exception. During the late Middle Ages, the Duchy of Burgundy became one of the richest and most powerful states in Europe. Its rulers possessed magnificent palaces, enormous wealth, and enough political influence to make kings nervous. This was an impressive achievement. Making kings nervous was generally considered one of the more dangerous hobbies available at the time. Among Burgundy's treasures was a magnificent gemstone surrounded by increasingly dark rumours. Chroniclers described it as dazzling, rare, and immensely valuable. The exact identity of the jewel became blurred over the centuries, but its reputation remained remarkably consistent. People believed it was cursed, and history seemed eager to help the legend. Some cursed artifacts frightened people because of their mysterious origins. Others frightened people because they looked exactly as unsettling as they sounded. The bone cross of the Crusades belonged firmly in the second category. According to medieval legends, this unusual relic was constructed using fragments of human bone, carefully incorporated into the shape of a Christian cross. Stories differed on whose remains had been used. Some claimed the bones belonged to martyrs. Others insisted they came from holy warriors who had died in the Holy Land. A few darker rumours suggested nobody actually knew, and that uncertainty made the relic even more disturbing. The cross reportedly appeared during the era of the Crusades, when Europe was flooded with relics returning from the East. Knights, pilgrims, and clergy brought home countless sacred objects, each carrying incredible stories. Some were genuine, some were questionable, and some would have required enough pieces of the true cross to construct an entire forest. Authenticity was occasionally treated as a flexible concept. The bone cross quickly gained a reputation unlike any ordinary relic. Soldiers carried it into battle seeking divine protection. Commanders displayed it before armies. Pilgrims prayed before it. Yet wherever the artifact appeared, stories of disaster seemed to follow. One crusading force suffered devastating losses shortly after carrying the cross into battle. The relic was blamed. A noble patron died unexpectedly after financing a chapel to house it. The relic was blamed. A monastery experienced famine and financial hardship after receiving the cross. Again, the relic was blamed. The artifact was becoming extraordinarily efficient. Soon, people whispered that the cross brought misfortune because it had been assembled improperly. Others believed it carried the restless spirits of those whose remains formed its structure. Some even claimed that strange sounds could be heard near it at night. Of course, medieval monasteries were often old stone buildings filled with creaking wood, wind tunnels, and exhausted monks sleeping in large communal rooms. Under such conditions, mysterious noises were practically included in the architecture. Nevertheless, the stories persisted. What made the bone cross particularly fascinating was the contradiction at its heart. It was a holy object, yet people feared it. It was meant to inspire faith, yet it inspired anxiety. The relic seemed to blur the line between blessing and curse. And perhaps that is why the legend endured. Because medieval people understood something modern people often forget. Objects can carry powerful meanings, not because of magic, but because of what people believe about them. The bone cross became dangerous because generations of people convinced themselves it was dangerous. And once enough people believe a relic is cursed, every tragedy starts looking like evidence. Especially during the Crusades, where tragedy was unfortunately never in short supply. Church bells were supposed to be reassuring. They marked the hours of the day. They called the faithful to prayer. They announced weddings, festivals, and holy days. Their sound carried across villages and fields, reminding people that order still existed in a world that often seemed determined to prove otherwise. The Devil's Bell had a somewhat different reputation. According to medieval legend, this particular bell hung in a church somewhere in Central Europe and quickly became associated with a string of disasters that nobody could adequately explain. At first, the incident seemed harmless enough. A bell ringer fell from the tower. Then another suffered a strange accident. A storm damaged part of the church shortly after the bell was installed. The villagers became nervous. The bell became famous, as is often the case with cursed objects. These two developments occurred simultaneously. Soon stories began circulating about the bell's unusual origins. Some claimed it had been cast using metal stolen from a pagan shrine. Others insisted that a mysterious stranger had contributed materials during its creation before disappearing forever. In medieval storytelling, mysterious strangers almost never brought good news. If someone arrived wearing black robes and speaking cryptically, the safest option was usually to move to another village. The bell's reputation grew with every passing year. Whenever it rang before a storm, people remembered. Whenever it rang and nothing happened, people forgot. This is one of the great advantages enjoyed by cursed artifacts. They are rarely required to explain their mistakes. One of the most popular legends claimed that the bell occasionally rang on its own. No one touched the ropes, no wind moved the clapper, yet the bell sounded across the countryside. To frightened villagers, this was proof that dark forces were at work. To modern observers, it sounds suspiciously like the sort of thing that happens when giant metal objects hang hundreds of feet in the air for decades. But medieval people preferred more exciting explanations. Another tale described a priest who openly mocked the bell's reputation. Shortly afterward, he became seriously ill. The connection seemed obvious. The curse had struck. The possibility that medieval illnesses occasionally occurred without supernatural involvement received remarkably little attention. Over time, the Devil's Bell became less famous for what it actually did, and more famous for what people imagined it could do. That is often how curses work. Fear grows larger than the object itself. A simple church bell became a symbol of danger, mystery, and divine warning. And yet, perhaps the most frightening thing about the Devil's Bell was not the possibility that demons rang it. It was the possibility that ordinary people, hearing a bell in the night, could convince themselves that they were hearing something far worse. Because once fear takes hold, the human imagination can be louder than any bell ever cast. Among all the cursed artifacts of the medieval world, few were as unsettling as a mirror. After all, a sword can wound you, a jewel can be stolen, a crown can start a war. But a mirror knows things. At least, that was the fear. The legendary mirror of Melisande was supposedly associated with Queen Melisande of Jerusalem, one of the most powerful women of the Crusader states. Whether the artifact truly belonged to her remains uncertain, but that did little to stop centuries of rumours from attaching themselves to the object. According to legend, the mirror was beautifully crafted, framed in silver, and decorated with intricate designs from both Europe and the East. It was said to be mesmerizing. It was also said to be cursed. The first stories claimed that the mirror revealed betrayal. Not immediately, of course. That would have been useful. Instead, people supposedly glimpsed strange reflections, fleeting shadows, or faces appearing where they should not have been. Some owners claimed they saw enemies standing behind them. Others reported seeing loved ones who had already died. Several claimed they saw their own future. This rarely improved their mood. As the stories spread, nobles became fascinated by the artifact. And like many cursed objects, the mirror's appeal seemed directly proportional to the danger surrounding it. The more terrifying the stories became, the more people wanted to look into it. Human beings have maintained this habit for centuries. Put a sign saying, "Do not enter," on a door, and someone immediately begins wondering what is inside. One medieval lord allegedly spent hours staring into the mirror each night, searching for hidden messages. Before long, he became convinced that several members of his household were plotting against him. Perhaps they were. Perhaps they were not. Either way, his paranoia created enough enemies to make the distinction largely irrelevant. Another tale described a noblewoman who supposedly saw signs of her husband's infidelity reflected in the glass. The resulting scandal became famous. The mirror received credit. The husband received considerably less sympathy. Over time, the artifact gained a reputation for revealing uncomfortable truths. This made it one of the most feared cursed objects in aristocratic circles. Not because it killed people, not because it summoned demons, but because it forced people to confront things they preferred not to know, or imagined things they wished they had never seen. The distinction became difficult to maintain. Perhaps that was the true curse of the Mirror of Melisande. Not supernatural visions, not dark magic, simply uncertainty. Because once a person begins doubting what they see, every reflection becomes suspicious. And in medieval courts, where conspiracies, betrayals, and rivalries were already common, that was more than enough to create disaster. Sometimes the most dangerous cursed artifact is not the one that changes reality. It is the one that changes how people see it. Few medieval artifacts managed to combine religion, luxury, death, and deeply questionable dinner party decisions, quite like the skull chalice. According to legend, this ornate drinking vessel was crafted from a human skull, carefully decorated with silver, gold, and precious stones. Depending on who told the story, the skull belonged to a saint, a martyr, a defeated enemy, or a particularly unfortunate nobleman who discovered that dying was only the beginning of his involvement in the tale. Naturally, people argued endlessly about its origins. They agreed on one thing: the chalice was cursed. The artifact supposedly appeared in various noble collections throughout medieval Europe. Wealthy lords displayed it proudly during feasts, regarding it as a symbol of power and prestige, because apparently a normal gold cup was simply not dramatic enough. Guests would gather around candle-lit tables while servants carried enormous platters of food through crowded halls. Wine flowed freely, musicians played, and eventually someone would produce the skull chalice. At that point, the atmosphere generally became much more interesting. Some stories claimed that anyone who drank from the vessel would suffer terrible misfortune within a year. Others insisted the curse only affected dishonest people. This was a useful arrangement. Whenever something bad happened, the victim could be accused of secret wrongdoing. Whenever nothing happened, the curse was simply waiting. The chalice enjoyed excellent public relations. One noble family reportedly experienced a series of deaths after acquiring the artifact. The curse was blamed. A lord lost a legal dispute over valuable land. The curse was blamed. A lavish feast ended with several guests becoming violently ill. The curse was blamed. The possibility that medieval food preservation occasionally had room for improvement was rarely discussed. Refrigeration was not among the great achievements of the Middle Ages. As the stories spread, the skull chalice developed a reputation for exposing greed. Many legends followed a familiar pattern. A wealthy noble obtains the chalice. He becomes obsessed with owning it. Disaster follows. The moral lesson was difficult to miss. Medieval storytellers loved reminding audiences that excessive pride eventually leads to trouble, preferably expensive trouble. What makes the skull chalice fascinating is that it embodied several medieval fears at once: death, ambition, vanity, and the uneasy belief that sacred things should not be treated as decorations. Whether the artifact was genuinely cursed hardly mattered. People believed it represented a dangerous crossing of boundaries. The dead were meant to rest. Holy objects were meant to be respected. Wine cups were meant to be considerably less unsettling. By the end of the Middle Ages, the skull chalice had become one of the most infamous cursed artifacts in folklore. A perfect reminder that some collectibles are best left out of the dining room, especially the ones that may once have been using it, hidden within a remote monastery, far from crowded cities and royal courts. There was said to be an object unlike any other. It was not made of gold. It was not covered in jewels. It possessed no elaborate decorations. In fact, according to the legends, it was simply a dark stone, and that simplicity somehow made it even more frightening. The black stone of the monastery first appeared in stories told by pilgrims travelling across medieval Europe. Descriptions varied, but most agreed that the stone was unusually smooth, almost unnaturally black, and seemed older than anyone could explain. The monks guarding it offered few answers, which naturally encouraged people to invent their own. Some claimed the stone had fallen from the sky. Others believed it had been discovered in the ruins of an ancient pagan temple. A few insisted it had been carried by saints during the earliest days of Christianity, and the more mysterious its origin became, the more powerful the legends surrounding it grew. Pilgrims travelled hundreds of miles to see the artifact. Many arrived hoping for blessings. Some hoped for healing. Others simply wanted to witness something extraordinary. After all, medieval entertainment options were somewhat limited. A mysterious stone with supernatural powers was considerably more exciting than watching your neighbour argue about sheep for the third consecutive day. The trouble began when stories of misfortune started appearing. One legend told of a thief who attempted to steal the stone during the night. According to the tale, he escaped the monastery successfully. Unfortunately, he became lost in the wilderness, suffered a series of accidents, and eventually returned the artifact in terror. The curse was blamed. Another story described a nobleman who tried to force the monks to surrender the stone. Within months, he allegedly lost money, influence, and political allies. The curse was blamed again. At this point, the stone was developing an impressive reputation for protecting monastery property, almost suspiciously impressive. Monks may not have possessed large armies, but a well-publicised curse could be remarkably effective security. Who needs guards when potential thieves believe supernatural punishment is included free of charge? As the centuries passed, the black stone became a symbol of divine mystery. People feared it. People respected it. Most importantly, people left it alone. Which was probably exactly what the monks wanted. Whether the stone truly possessed supernatural powers remains unknown, but its story reveals something important about the medieval world. People did not always fear what they understood. They feared what they could not explain. A dark stone with no clear origin could become anything in the imagination of those who encountered it. A blessing, a warning, a miracle, or a curse. And sometimes, uncertainty is the most powerful magic of all. Of all the cursed artifacts whispered about during the Middle Ages, none inspired more greed, fear, and bad decisions than the treasure of the dead king. Unlike the relics and objects we've discussed so far, this was not a single artifact. It was an entire collection. According to legend, somewhere beneath an ancient royal tomb lay a vast treasure buried alongside a long-forgotten king. Gold crowns, jewelled swords, silver vessels, precious gems, and sacred relics were all said to rest beside him. The problem was that the treasure supposedly came with a curse, a very enthusiastic curse. The earliest stories claimed that the king had been buried with immense wealth to accompany him into the afterlife. Priests blessed the tomb. Guards protected it. Oaths were sworn to ensure the burial would never be disturbed. Naturally, this only made people want to disturb it more. Human beings have always had a complicated relationship with warnings. Tell someone a treasure is protected by a terrible curse, and roughly half the population immediately begins planning an expedition. Over the centuries, countless treasure hunters allegedly searched for the burial site. Most failed to find it. Some disappeared. Others suffered accidents. Several lost fortunes financing their searches. The curse received credit for all of it. One famous tale described a nobleman who became obsessed with locating the king's tomb. He spent years funding excavations, hiring guides, and purchasing ancient maps. Eventually, he exhausted his fortune. The treasure remained missing. The curse remained undefeated. Another story involved a group of adventurers who supposedly discovered the entrance to the burial chamber. As they prepared to enter, strange events began occurring. Equipment broke. Animals refused to approach. Members of the expedition became frightened and abandoned the search. To medieval audiences, this was clear evidence of supernatural protection. To modern audiences, it sounds suspiciously like a group of people realizing they were about to crawl into a dark underground tomb with questionable structural integrity. Fear can occasionally be a survival mechanism, yet the legend continued to grow. Generation after generation became convinced that the treasure existed, and generation after generation failed to find it. That may have been the treasure's greatest curse. Not death, not demons, not divine wrath. Hope. The belief that unimaginable wealth was just one discovery away. The belief that one lucky find could solve every problem. History is full of people ruined by that idea. Perhaps that is why the story endured for centuries, because the most dangerous cursed artifact is not always the one hidden in a tomb. Sometimes it is the dream that convinces you to spend your life searching for it. And somewhere, if the legends are true, the dead king is still resting peacefully beside his treasure, probably laughing. For most medieval knights, life followed a fairly predictable path. You inherited land, served your lord, married, produced heirs, argued with neighbouring nobles over fields that barely seemed worth the trouble, and hoped to avoid dying from something embarrassing. It was not always exciting, but it was familiar. The man who chose to become a Templar knight deliberately walked away from that future. The story usually began with the crusading movement that swept across Europe after the capture of Jerusalem in the late 11th century. News travelled slowly in the medieval world, but stories of the Holy Land spread remarkably far. Pilgrims returned with tales of sacred places, dangerous roads, and warrior monks who protected travellers from bandits and raiders. These warrior monks belonged to a relatively new organisation known as the Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon. Their name was long enough to discourage casual conversation, so most people simply called them the Templars. To many young noblemen, the order seemed almost legendary. The Templars fought in battle like professional soldiers. They lived under religious vows like monks. They served a cause believed to be greater than any individual kingdom. In an age obsessed with faith, honour, and warfare, it was difficult to imagine a more prestigious calling. Yet the reality was far less glamorous than many recruits expected. The Templars owned no personal property. They followed strict rules governing nearly every aspect of daily life. Their clothing, meals, sleeping arrangements, and behaviour were carefully regulated. Individual ambition was discouraged. Personal comfort ranked somewhere between unimportant and completely irrelevant. Before a man could even request admission, he had to confront a difficult truth. Joining the order meant surrendering much of what medieval society valued. Marriage would be forbidden. Personal wealth would disappear into the order. Future children would never exist. Family estates would pass to someone else. A man who entered the Templars effectively died to his former life while remaining physically alive. For some families, this decision created tension. Noble parents often invested years preparing sons to inherit lands and continue family lines. Watching a capable heir volunteer to become a celibate warrior monk could be a frustrating experience. Medieval fathers rarely expressed this frustration through modern family counselling. They generally preferred louder methods. Yet despite these sacrifices, thousands sought admission over the centuries. Some were driven by genuine religious devotion. Others sought redemption for past sins. Some hungered for adventure. Many were motivated by a mixture of all three. Whatever his reason, the aspiring recruit soon discovered that wanting to become a Templar was not enough. The order would decide whether he was worthy, and that examination was about to begin. Deciding to become a Templar Knight was the easy part. The difficult part was convincing the Templars themselves. Unlike many noble positions in medieval Europe, admission into the order could not simply be purchased. Wealth helped in life, as it usually does, but the brothers were far more interested in whether a man could survive within their strict system. A rich recruit who could not obey orders was less useful than a poorer one who could. The process often began when a candidate approached a Templar house and announced his desire to join. This was not treated as exciting news. No bells rang, no celebrations followed. Nobody handed him a white cloak and congratulated him on becoming part of history. Instead, the brothers immediately began looking for reasons to reject him. The order needed trustworthy men. Their castles, treasure houses, military plans, and distant outposts depended on mutual confidence. A dishonest recruit could create problems stretching from England to Jerusalem. The questioning, therefore, became surprisingly thorough. Was the candidate married? Did he owe money? Had he made promises to another religious order? Was he joining freely, or was someone forcing him? Did he suffer from any serious illnesses he was trying to hide? The Templars wanted answers to everything. Marriage represented one of the biggest obstacles. A married man generally could not become a full Templar Knight because the order required complete dedication. The brothers did not want members worrying about wives, children, inheritances, or family disputes while stationed hundreds of miles away in a frontier fortress. Debt created another problem. Imagine a creditor arriving at a Templar castle demanding repayment from a newly admitted knight. The brothers preferred to avoid such awkward situations entirely. Even social status mattered. Most knight brothers came from noble families because becoming a mounted warrior required expensive training, armour, weapons, and horses. Years of preparation were necessary. You could not simply wake up one morning, borrow a sword, and announce that you were now a professional crusader, at least not successfully. The order also watched for motivation. Some applicants arrived seeking spiritual salvation. Others genuinely wanted to protect pilgrims. A few probably imagined dramatic battlefield heroics, cheering crowds, and eternal fame. The Templars tended to be suspicious of that last group. They understood something many young recruits did not. Life inside the order was usually far more discipline than glory, more prayer than heroics, more obedience than adventure. And before a candidate could learn that lesson firsthand, he would face the most important meeting of his life, the secret admission ceremony. If a candidate survived the initial scrutiny, he was invited to participate in one of the most important and mysterious moments of his life, the Templar admission ceremony. Unlike many medieval religious ceremonies, This event took place behind closed doors. Only members of the order were allowed to attend. This secrecy later caused enormous trouble for the Templars. Over the centuries, rumours multiplied. Enemies accused them of conducting strange rituals, worshipping hidden idols, and participating in bizarre ceremonies. Most of these accusations appeared long after the events themselves, usually from people who had never witnessed a Templar reception. The actual ceremony was much less dramatic than the rumours suggested. What made it powerful was not mystery, but commitment. The candidate entered a gathering of Templar brothers and formally requested admission. This was often not the first time he had asked. The order wanted absolute certainty that he understood the consequences of his choice. The questioning began again. The same subjects returned repeatedly. Were you married? Did you owe money? Were you bound by promises elsewhere? Were you physically capable of serving? Had you hidden any information from the order? To a modern observer, the process might seem repetitive. To the Templars, repetition was intentional. A man could lie once. It was harder to lie consistently under constant examination. Once the brothers were satisfied, the candidate received a final warning. This warning was remarkably blunt. He was told that life inside the order would be difficult. The food would not always be good. The clothing would be simple. The rules would be strict. Personal desires would matter very little. The message was essentially, if you enjoy comfort, now is an excellent time to leave. No one would stop him. The order preferred losing a recruit today rather than dealing with a regretful brother later. If the candidate still wished to proceed, he knelt before the assembly and swore the vows required by the order. These promises were not temporary commitments. They were intended to last for life. The brothers then accepted him into their community. At that moment, something profound occurred. His former identity began to fade. He was no longer simply the son of a noble family, an ambitious young knight, or the heir to an estate. He now belonged to the temple. His loyalty shifted from family interests to the Order's mission. His future became tied to thousands of brothers spread across Europe and the Holy Land. And with a few solemn vows, the freedoms of his old life disappeared. The first and perhaps most difficult sacrifice was about to begin. The vow of poverty, the vow of the moment a man became a Templar, he entered a world where personal wealth ceased to matter, at least in theory. This was the first great paradox of the Order. The Templars eventually became one of the wealthiest organizations in medieval Europe. They owned castles, farms, mills, vineyards, ports, ships, and vast stretches of land. Kings borrowed money from them. Nobles donated fortunes. Pilgrims entrusted them with valuables. Yet the individual Templar owned absolutely nothing. Not his horse, not his sword, not even the shirt on his back. Everything belonged to the Order. For a young nobleman raised in a society obsessed with inheritance and status, this represented a radical transformation. Imagine spending your childhood being told that one day you would inherit lands, servants, and wealth, only to voluntarily sign it all away. Many medieval fathers probably found this difficult to understand. Some likely reacted with the medieval equivalent of, "I spent 20 years preparing you for this estate, and now you want to sleep in a monastery with a sword." The vow of poverty required a recruit to surrender personal possessions to the Order. Any property he retained became controlled by the Brotherhood. Gifts received later belonged to the temple as well. The reasoning was simple. Personal wealth created personal interests. Personal interests created divisions. Divisions weakened unity. The Templars wanted every brother focused on the same mission. A knight worrying about expanding his private fortune was not fully committed to protecting pilgrims or defending frontier castles. The rule extended into daily life. Clothing was standardized. Equipment was distributed according to need. Meals were shared. Luxury was discouraged. Even small signs of vanity attracted criticism. A brother was not supposed to compete with fellow Templars over who owned the finest horse or the most impressive sword, because technically none of them owned anything. Of course, human nature remained human nature. Medieval knights did not suddenly become saints simply because they wore white cloaks. The rule of the Templars contains numerous regulations aimed at preventing pride, greed, and excessive attachment to material things. The existence of these rules suggests the problem appeared often enough to require attention. Still, most brothers accepted the sacrifice. They believed they were exchanging earthly wealth for something greater: spiritual purpose, religious devotion, a place in a brotherhood that stretched across continents. Yet surrendering possessions was only the beginning. Many men could part with money. The next vow demanded something far more difficult. It required surrendering the right to choose their own future. The vow of obedience. If the vow of poverty stripped away a man's possessions, the vow of obedience stripped away something even more valuable: his independence. For most medieval knights, personal freedom was one of the greatest rewards of noble birth. A knight might owe service to a lord, but he still controlled many aspects of his own life. He decided where to travel, how to spend his money, whom to associate with, and how to manage his estates. A Templar surrendered those choices. From the day he entered the order, obedience became one of his highest duties. The rule of the Templars left little room for interpretation. Brothers were expected to obey their superiors promptly and without complaint. Orders flowed downward through a carefully organized chain of command, and questioning those orders was strongly discouraged. This was not because the Templars enjoyed controlling people, at least not officially. The reality was that the order operated military fortresses, protected dangerous roads, and fought wars against experienced enemies. In battle, hesitation could get dozens of men killed. The Templars believed discipline saved lives. A knight who instantly obeyed commands was more valuable than a brilliant warrior who constantly argued. The expectation of obedience extended far beyond warfare. A brother might be ordered to leave France and travel to Jerusalem. He went. A knight stationed comfortably in a wealthy commandery could suddenly be assigned to a remote desert fortress. He went. A brother hoping to remain near family might receive orders sending him hundreds of miles away. Again, he went. Personal preferences carried little weight. The order's needs came first. This could be difficult for recruits from noble families. Many had grown up surrounded by servants, privileges, and social status. They were accustomed to giving commands rather than receiving them. Inside the temple, those habits could become liabilities. A wealthy nobleman might find himself obeying a commander from a less prestigious family. Rank within the order mattered far more than birth. That was one of the reasons the Templars became so effective. On the battlefield, enemies did not care who your grandfather was. The rule even regulated surprisingly small details of daily life. Brothers required permission for various activities. Meals followed schedules. Travel followed orders. Daily routines followed established procedures. To modernize, it could appear restrictive. To the Templars, it created unity. Thousands of men spread across Europe, and the Holy Land could function as a single organization because they accepted the same discipline. Yet even obedience had limits. There remained one final vow that many recruits found the most challenging of all. Because unlike wealth or freedom, this sacrifice touched one of humanity's oldest desires, the vow of chastity. Of all the sacrifices required to become a Templar knight, none was more personal than the vow of chastity. Poverty affected possessions. Obedience affected freedom. Chastity affected an entire future. The moment a man entered the order, he gave up any possibility of marriage, children, or romantic relationships. For the rest of his life, he was expected to devote himself entirely to God and the mission of the temple. This was no small demand in medieval society. Family stood at the centre of noble life. Alliances were built through marriage. Estates passed through bloodlines. Dynasties rose and fell based on who married whom. For a nobleman, producing heirs was often considered one of his primary responsibilities. The Templars asked him to abandon that responsibility completely. No wife, no children, no descendants carrying his name into the future. When a knight joined the order, his family line effectively ended with him. The reasoning behind the vow was both religious and practical. The Church taught that celibacy allowed a man to focus more fully on spiritual matters. The Templars adopted this belief, arguing that a brother should dedicate all his attention to God rather than dividing his loyalties between faith and family. There was also a military advantage. A knight defending a castle under siege could not worry about a wife waiting at home. A commander sent to a dangerous frontier could not refuse because of family obligations. The order wanted complete commitment. Anything less was considered a distraction. The rule of the Templars reflected this concern with remarkable seriousness. Brothers were forbidden from being alone with women whenever possible. Contact with female relatives was limited. Even seemingly harmless interactions could attract scrutiny. Modern readers often find some of these regulations excessive. The Templars clearly believed temptation was best defeated by avoiding situations that might create it. Their solution was straightforward. If a problem could potentially occur, create a rule against it. Then create another rule to enforce the first rule. Then perhaps a third rule, just to be safe. This approach appears frequently throughout medieval history. Of course, the vow was not always easy to uphold. The Templars were human beings, not statues carved from stone. They experienced the same desires and emotions as everyone else. Church records and disciplinary actions occasionally reveal brothers who violated their vows. When such cases occurred, punishments could be severe. The order viewed chastity as essential to its identity. A Templar who broke this promise threatened not only his own reputation, but the reputation of the entire brotherhood. Yet, after accepting poverty, obedience, and chastity, a recruit still faced an even greater challenge. Now he had to live those vows every single day. Taking the vows was a single ceremony. Living by them was a lifelong challenge. Many young recruits likely imagined their greatest test would come on a battlefield somewhere in the Holy Land, charging against enemy cavalry beneath the blazing sun. More often, their greatest challenge came during ordinary days. The Templars lived according to a detailed set of regulations known simply as the Rule. Originally influenced by monastic traditions and later expanded over time, it governed nearly every aspect of daily life. And when historians say nearly every aspect, they mean it. The rule covered prayer schedules, it covered meals, it covered clothing, it covered sleeping arrangements, it covered how horses were managed, it even covered how brothers should behave while eating at the table. The order left remarkably little to chance. A typical day began before sunrise. Brothers attended prayers, performed duties, trained, worked, and participated in additional religious services throughout the day. Whether stationed in France, England, or Jerusalem, their lives followed a carefully structured rhythm. Personal freedom remained limited. A knight could not simply decide to take a ride through the countryside because the weather seemed pleasant. He could not wander into town looking for entertainment. He could not suddenly announce that he needed a vacation from religious discipline. The temple did not recognize such concepts. Life was organized around duty. Meals reflected this philosophy as well. Templar food was generally simple and practical. Excessive luxury was discouraged. Brothers often ate together in silence, while passages from religious texts were read aloud. Imagine trying to enjoy dinner while someone continuously reminds you about spiritual discipline. The medieval dining experience was apparently determined to remain educational. Even clothing was regulated. The famous white mantle worn by knight brothers symbolized purity and commitment. It was not meant to be fashionable. In fact, the order actively discouraged vanity. Flashy decorations, excessive grooming, and displays of wealth were viewed with suspicion. A Templar's appearance was supposed to reflect humility rather than status. The same applied to horses and equipment. While knights required quality gear for military effectiveness, the rule discouraged unnecessary extravagance. Brothers were expected to care for their equipment, not show it off. All of these regulations served a single purpose. The Templars wanted thousands of men from different kingdoms, languages, and backgrounds to function as one unified brotherhood. Discipline created consistency, consistency created reliability, reliability created military strength. But no amount of training or regulation could change one simple fact. The Templars were not preparing men merely for orderly daily routines. They were preparing them for war. And war was where the true cost of becoming a Templar often revealed itself. For all the prayers, vows, and discipline that shaped a Templar's life, the order ultimately existed for one reason: war. Not war for personal gain, not war for land or family ambition. At least in theory, the Templars fought to defend Christian territories and protect pilgrims travelling through dangerous regions of the Holy Land. The reality, however, was far less romantic than many recruits imagined. A new brother entering the order might dream of glorious victories, heroic charges, and songs celebrating his courage. The veterans knew better. They understood that war was mostly exhaustion interrupted by moments of terror. Templar knights spent countless hours training with weapons, maintaining equipment, caring for horses, patrolling roads, guarding castles, and preparing for battles that might never come. Then, when battle finally arrived, everything happened very quickly. The order developed a reputation for extraordinary discipline on the battlefield. Unlike many medieval armies, which could collapse into chaos once fighting began, the Templars were trained to operate as a coordinated force. Their most famous weapon was the cavalry charge. A formation of heavily armoured Templar knights charging at full speed could be devastating. Horses thundered across the battlefield, lances lowered, shields locked together. The impact often resembled a moving wall of steel. It was terrifying for enemies. It was not particularly relaxing for the men involved either. The order expected its brothers to hold their ground even in desperate situations. Retreat was heavily restricted. A Templar knight could not simply decide he had seen enough excitement for one day and ride home. The rule demanded courage and obedience under the worst conditions imaginable. This expectation came with a terrible cost. Templars suffered enormous casualties throughout their history. Many frontier castles stood in isolated regions where reinforcements might take weeks to arrive. Brothers often found themselves defending positions while heavily outnumbered. Some died in famous battles. Others perished during sieges. Many disappeared into the endless violence that defined the Crusader states. The Order considered this sacrifice part of its mission. Every recruit understood that joining the Templars significantly increased the likelihood of dying far from home. There would be no comfortable retirement, no quiet estate waiting at the end of service, no grandchildren listening to stories beside a fireplace. A Templar accepted the possibility that his life might end on a distant battlefield beneath the walls of an unfamiliar city. And strangely enough, that was exactly what made the order so respected, because everyone knew the risks, and the brothers joined anyway. Yet surviving war did not mean a Templar's challenges were over. His greatest test was remaining faithful to his vows year after year, decade after decade, until the very end of his life. For a Templar knight, the true challenge was never joining the order. It was staying worthy of it. The admission ceremony lasted only a short time. The vows were spoken in a single evening. The white mantle was placed upon his shoulders in a matter of moments. But becoming a genuine brother of the temple took years, perhaps even a lifetime. Once accepted into the order, a new recruit entered a world where every day tested the promises he had made. Poverty was no longer an idea discussed during a ceremony. It became reality. Every possession belonged to the order. Every meal was shared. Every comfort was limited. Obedience became equally constant. A brother might spend years serving faithfully in one commandery, only to receive orders sending him across Europe or into the Holy Land. Personal preferences did not matter. The needs of the temple always came first. The same applied to chastity. The vow was not difficult because it lasted a week or a month. It was difficult because it lasted forever. As years passed, brothers watched friends die, kingdoms rise and fall, and families continue without them. The children of younger siblings inherited estates. Nephews became lords. Entire generations appeared and disappeared. The Templar remained where duty required him. For many men, this sense of purpose became the reward itself. The order provided something rare in the medieval world, a life dedicated to a single mission. A Templar knew exactly who he was, what he served, and what was expected of him. Before an Ottoman couple could become engaged, before gifts were exchanged, before families gathered for formal visits, and certainly before wedding celebrations filled the streets with music and food, one important question had to be answered. Who was going to marry whom? For most people in the Ottoman Empire, marriage was not simply a matter of personal attraction. It was a family decision, a social arrangement, and sometimes an economic partnership all at once. Two individuals were marrying, but so were two households, two reputations, and occasionally two carefully calculated sets of expectations. The process usually began with the groom's family. More specifically, it began with the women of the family. A young man's mother, sisters, aunts, and older female relatives became unofficial matchmakers. They quietly searched for suitable candidates within their community. Unlike modern dating applications, which somehow allow people to reject one another based on favourite pizza toppings, Ottoman matchmaking focused on rather different criteria. Character mattered, family reputation mattered, religious devotion mattered, household skills mattered. The goal was to find a woman who would be respected as a wife, mother, and member of the extended family. Information travelled through neighbourhoods surprisingly quickly. Women exchanged news during visits, market trips, celebrations, and social gatherings. Through these conversations, families learned who had a daughter of marriageable age, which households enjoyed good reputations, and which families might be suitable matches. Not every household received equal consideration. Families often preferred spouses from similar social backgrounds. Merchants frequently looked among merchant families. Artisans often preferred connections with other respected artisans. Wealthy households generally paid attention to wealth. This tendency is hardly unique to Ottoman history. Humans have spent thousands of years claiming money is not important, while simultaneously asking detailed questions about it. Once a potential bride was identified, discreet inquiries began. The groom's relatives wanted to know everything. Was she known for kindness? Was she hard-working? Did she manage household responsibilities well? How did neighbours speak about her family? A poor reputation could end negotiations before they ever started. A good reputation, meanwhile, could make a family highly sought after. The young woman herself was often observed carefully during social occasions, family gatherings, or community events. Direct courtship remained limited in many Ottoman communities, meaning relatives played a major role in gathering information. Only after weeks or even months of quiet investigation would a family decide whether to take the next step. If they liked what they learned, a formal visit would be arranged. And that visit marked the true beginning of the engagement process. Once the groom's family believed they had found a suitable bride, the next stage began. The formal visit. This was one of the most important moments in the entire engagement process because it transformed private interest into a public possibility. Up until now, everything had happened quietly. Relatives gathered information, neighbours exchanged opinions, and families considered their options. Now people had to meet. Traditionally, the groom's mother played a central role. Along with female relatives, she would visit the home of the young woman and her family. These visits were conducted with great politeness because everyone understood the delicate nature of the situation. Nobody wanted to appear too eager. Nobody wanted to appear uninterested either. As a result, Ottoman marriage negotiations often unfolded through a careful dance of courtesy, indirect language, and social etiquette. The visiting women observed everything. And when historians say everything, they mean everything. The condition of the home, the behaviour of family members, the manners of the young woman, how she spoke, how she moved, how she treated guests. The future bride was not expected to deliver a speech or defend a thesis on household management. Instead, she was judged through everyday interactions. Could she carry herself with dignity? Did she appear respectful? Did she demonstrate good upbringing? These details mattered enormously. Meanwhile, refreshments were usually served. Coffee became especially important during later Ottoman centuries. A simple cup of coffee could accompany discussions that might determine the future of two families. No pressure, of course. Just your entire future being quietly evaluated while everyone pretended they were discussing ordinary matters. The young woman herself often remained modest and reserved during the visit. Open displays of affection or direct conversations between potential spouses were uncommon in many Ottoman communities. This was not a romance conducted through dramatic declarations. It was a process built upon family approval and social reputation. The bride's family also evaluated the visitors. Marriage negotiations worked both ways. The groom's household needed to prove its respectability as well. A wealthy family with a terrible reputation could be less attractive than a modest family known for honesty and good character. By the end of the visit, no final decision was usually announced. That would have been far too simple. Instead, families returned home to discuss what they had seen and heard. Opinions were exchanged. Relatives debated. Concerns were raised. If both sides remained interested, another meeting would follow. And during that next stage, the conversation would move beyond impressions and politeness. It would become a discussion about whether the marriage should actually happen. If the first visit went well, the process moved into far more serious territory. The families were no longer simply gathering impressions. Now they had to decide whether a marriage should actually take place. This stage was known as the formal request for the bride's hand. In Ottoman society, this was one of the most significant moments before an engagement. A family could spend weeks or even months considering a match, but eventually someone had to ask the question directly. The groom's family would arrange another visit to the bride's home. Unlike the earlier meeting, this gathering carried a very specific purpose. Everyone present understood why they were there. Nobody needed to pretend the visit was merely social. The groom's father, senior male relatives, and respected family members often participated alongside female relatives. Age and experience carried considerable weight in Ottoman culture, so older family members frequently led the discussion. After the usual greetings and hospitality, the formal request was made. Traditionally, the groom's family would ask the bride's parents for permission to marry their daughter. The language varied from region to region, but the request was generally expressed with great respect. The bride was not viewed as property being transferred from one household to another, despite common modern assumptions. Under Islamic law, a woman retained important legal rights regarding marriage, property, and inheritance. Nevertheless, family approval remained enormously influential. Marriage affected the entire household, and parental involvement was expected. Interestingly, the bride's family often did not immediately accept the proposal, even if they fully approved. In many communities, custom encouraged a degree of hesitation. An immediate acceptance could appear too eager. Families sometimes declined once or twice before agreeing later, allowing everyone to demonstrate dignity and proper restraint. To modern observers, this may seem unnecessarily complicated. To Ottoman families, it was part of good manners. Historical court records and personal accounts suggest that reputation and honour often mattered as much as the actual answer itself. The discussions extended beyond simple approval. Families considered practical questions. Would the groom be able to support a household? Did both families share similar values? Would the match strengthen existing social ties? Were there any concerns that had not yet been addressed? Marriage was expected to last a lifetime, so careful consideration was encouraged. If the answer was ultimately positive, both households entered a new phase. The possibility of marriage became an expectation. The negotiations grew more detailed. Families began discussing financial arrangements, responsibilities, and the agreements that would shape the future union. And among those discussions, one topic stood above all others: the marriage contract and the bride's dowry. Once both families agreed that the marriage should move forward, the atmosphere changed noticeably. The uncertainty was largely gone. Now came the practical discussions. And while these conversations lacked the excitement of modern romance stories, they were often the most important part of the entire engagement process. Marriage in the Ottoman Empire was not simply a social ceremony. It was also a legal agreement governed by Islamic law. This meant that certain responsibilities, rights, and financial obligations needed to be clearly established before the wedding could take place. At the centre of these discussions stood the mehr, sometimes called the bridal gift. This was one of the most misunderstood aspects of Ottoman marriage. The mehr was not a payment made to the bride's father, nor was it a purchase price for marriage. Instead, it was a legal gift that belonged exclusively to the bride herself. The amount varied enormously. A wealthy merchant's daughter in Istanbul might receive a substantial mehr, consisting of money, jewellery, property, or valuable goods. In a rural village, the amount might be more modest, but remained equally important. Whatever its size, it belonged to the bride. Not her father, not her husband, not her brothers. Her. This provided an important layer of financial security, particularly if the marriage later ended through divorce or widowhood. Families spent considerable time discussing these arrangements. The groom's household wanted terms they could realistically fulfill. The bride's family wanted assurances that their daughter would be protected. Neither side wanted misunderstandings after the marriage. As a result, negotiations could become surprisingly detailed. Money was discussed. Property was discussed. Future responsibilities were discussed. Fortunately, most of this happened between parents and senior relatives, rather than the young couple themselves. Imagine being 16 years old and listening to half a dozen relatives debate legal obligations for 3 straight hours. Even medieval teenagers probably preferred literally anything else. Beyond finances, the families also discussed expectations. Would the couple live with the groom's parents? Would they establish a separate household? What responsibilities would each family continue to hold after the wedding? These questions mattered because marriage connected 2 extended families, not merely 2 individuals. Once agreements were reached, confidence in the match grew considerably. The proposal had moved beyond possibility. It was becoming a formal commitment. Only one major step remained before the couple could officially be considered engaged. The families needed to announce their agreement publicly, and that announcement often came during one of the most anticipated gatherings in the entire process, the engagement ceremony itself. After weeks of discussions, family visits, and negotiations, the moment finally arrived. The engagement could be announced. For the young couple, this marked the transition from possibility to expectation. The marriage had not yet taken place, but everyone now understood that the families had reached an agreement. Barring unexpected complications, the wedding would follow. In many parts of the Ottoman Empire, the engagement ceremony was a joyful social event that brought together relatives, neighbours, and close friends. The exact customs varied across the empire's enormous territory. What happened in Istanbul might differ from practices in Anatolia, the Balkans, Syria, or Egypt. Yet the basic purpose remained the same. The 2 families publicly declared their intention to unite. This public aspect was extremely important. A private understanding between families carried weight. A public announcement carried far more. Once relatives, neighbours, and community members knew about the engagement, the commitment became part of the couple's social identity. News travelled quickly through Ottoman neighbourhoods. Very quickly. In fact, one of the few things that moved faster than military messengers in the Ottoman world was community gossip. An engagement announcement could spread through an entire district before the refreshments had been cleared from the tables. The gathering itself was usually festive. Guests arrived in their finest clothing. Food was prepared. Sweets were distributed. Conversations filled the house. Families who had previously been strangers now spent hours together as future relatives. For the bride, this day often carried special significance. She might receive gifts from the groom's family, including jewellery, fabrics, scarves, coins, or other valuable items. These gifts symbolised both affection and commitment. The exchange demonstrated that the groom's family was serious about the match. It also allowed them to display generosity and respect toward their future daughter-in-law. In wealthier households, the gifts could be remarkably elaborate. In humbler families, they might be simpler. The value mattered less than the gesture itself. Meanwhile, the groom's family received hospitality from the bride's household, reinforcing the growing relationship between the 2 sides. The engagement did not create a marriage yet. This distinction remained important. The couple still had to wait for the wedding contract and ceremony. However, from a social perspective, everything had changed. The young man and woman were now known as future husband and wife. Families began planning the next stage. Preparations intensified. Lists were made. Expenses were calculated. Relatives volunteered opinions whether anyone requested them or not. Because now the engagement was official, and the long process of preparing for marriage had truly begun. Once the engagement became official, the relationship between the two families entered a new phase. The difficult negotiations were mostly finished. Now came the preparations. And preparations in the Ottoman Empire had a remarkable tendency to expand. What began as a straightforward effort to organise a wedding could gradually involve dozens of relatives, endless discussions, and enough planning to rival a small military campaign. The engagement period could last weeks, months, or sometimes even longer depending on the circumstances of the families involved. This waiting period served several purposes. It gave both households time to prepare financially. It allowed wedding arrangements to be organised. And perhaps most importantly, it provided an opportunity for the two families to become better acquainted. During this period, gift exchanges became increasingly common. The groom's family often sent valuable presents to the bride. These might include jewellery, embroidered fabrics, silk garments, scarves, perfumes, or gold coins. Wealthier families sometimes provided exceptionally lavish gifts intended to demonstrate both generosity and status. Not surprisingly, neighbouring families occasionally paid close attention to these exchanges. Human curiosity regarding other people's finances did not suddenly appear in modern times. It has a very long history. The bride's family also prepared gifts and household items for the future marriage. Clothing, bedding, blankets, embroidered linens, carpets, cushions, and other domestic necessities were gradually assembled. Many of these items formed part of what was commonly known as the bride's trousseau. This collection represented years of preparation in some households. Young women often spent considerable time creating embroidered textiles and decorative items long before engagement was even discussed. Skills in sewing, embroidery, and household management were highly valued throughout much of Ottoman society. As the wedding approached, these carefully prepared possessions would eventually accompany the bride into her new home. The engagement period also brought increased social interaction between the families. Visits became more frequent, meals were shared, relationships strengthened. Future in-laws who had once been complete strangers gradually became part of each other's lives. Of course, this process was not always perfectly smooth. Occasional disagreements emerged regarding expenses, wedding plans, guest lists, or expectations. Anyone who has ever helped organise a large family event will find this development entirely unsurprising. Fortunately, most families worked hard to maintain harmony. The engagement represented a public commitment, and neither side wished to damage its reputation through unnecessary conflict. As preparations continued, another important question slowly moved to the forefront. Where would the newly married couple actually live? Because before the wedding could take place, a future household needed to be ready for its newest members. As the engagement period continued, attention gradually shifted toward one practical question that every Ottoman family eventually had to answer. Where would the newly married couple live? A wedding could be planned. Gifts could be exchanged. Relatives could celebrate. But unless the future household was ready, the marriage itself could not properly begin. For the groom, preparing a home was one of the most important responsibilities before the wedding. Ottoman society generally expected a husband to provide the basic foundation for family life. This did not necessarily mean building a new house from scratch. In many cases, the groom would live in a family home, occupy a separate section of a larger household, or rent a residence appropriate to his means. The exact arrangement depended heavily on social class and local custom. Wealthy merchants might establish an entirely new household. Artisans often lived near their workshops. Farmers usually remained close to family lands. In many cases, several generations shared the same property. Modern people sometimes imagine that every newly married couple immediately moved into their own private residence. Ottoman reality was often more crowded. Privacy existed, but it was frequently surrounded by parents, siblings, grandparents, cousins, and enough relatives to fill an entire courtyard. The bride's arrival required careful preparation. Furniture had to be arranged, carpets laid out, storage chests filled, kitchen equipment gathered, bedding prepared. The future home needed to demonstrate that the groom was capable of supporting a family. For this reason, the engagement period could become financially demanding. A respectable household was not assembled overnight. Many families saved for years in anticipation of future marriages. Meanwhile, the bride's trousseau continued to grow. The embroidered linens, blankets, cushions, clothing, and household textiles prepared by her family were gradually organized for their eventual transfer. In some communities, neighbors and relatives were invited to admire these items before the wedding. This served a practical purpose. It also provided an excellent opportunity for everyone to discuss them at length. Human beings have always enjoyed evaluating other people's decorating choices. As preparations advanced, excitement began building throughout both families. The engagement had already been announced. The household was nearly ready. Relatives started discussing wedding dates. Guests anticipated invitations. Children looked forward to celebrations and sweets. The entire community understood what was coming next. The marriage itself was approaching, but before the festivities could begin, one final legal step remained. The union had to be formally recognized through the marriage contract, and that contract would transform an engagement into a binding commitment under Ottoman law. By the time the engagement period reached its final stages, most of the major decisions had already been made. The families had met. The proposal had been accepted. The gifts had been exchanged. The household was nearly ready. Now only one crucial step remained before the wedding could take place. The marriage contract. In the Ottoman Empire, marriage was not simply a religious or social event. It was also a legal agreement recognized by Islamic law and often recorded by local courts. This legal foundation provided structure and protection for both husband and wife. Without the contract, there was no marriage. The ceremony surrounding the contract varied depending on region, social class, and local traditions, but certain elements remained remarkably consistent throughout the empire. One of the most important requirements was consent. Contrary to many modern assumptions, Islamic law required the agreement of the bride and groom for a valid marriage. While family influence could be powerful, and social pressure certainly existed, legal scholars generally emphasized that marriage could not simply be imposed without consent. This principle became especially important during the contract process. Witnesses were present, terms were clarified, agreements were confirmed. The mayor that had been negotiated earlier was formally included. Everything needed to be clear. Ottoman judges, known as qadis, often recorded marriage agreements in official registers. These records still survive in many archives today, providing historians with remarkable insights into ordinary people's lives. Through these documents, we can see marriages involving merchants, craftsmen, farmers, soldiers, widows, and members of nearly every social class. In a sense, these centuries-old records preserve the paperwork of countless love stories, family arrangements, and future households. Perhaps less romantic than poetry, but considerably easier for historians to verify. For the bride, the contract provided important legal protections. The agreed mahr became an enforceable obligation. Property rights remained recognized. Financial responsibilities were defined. This was one reason the contract mattered so much. It was not merely symbolic. It carried genuine legal weight. Once the agreement was completed, the couple officially became husband and wife in the eyes of the law. Yet for many families, the most visible and memorable part still lay ahead. the wedding celebrations. Musicians would arrive, guests would gather, food would be prepared in enormous quantities. Relatives would travel from neighbouring towns and villages. After months of planning, discussion and preparation, the engagement journey was almost over. The formalities had been completed. The legal foundation had been secured. Now it was finally time for the celebration everyone had been waiting for. After months of family discussions, formal visits, negotiations, gift exchanges, and legal preparations, the long engagement process finally reached its destination: the wedding. For many Ottoman families, this was not merely a single event. It was a series of celebrations that could last several days, depending on local customs, family wealth, and regional traditions. The entire community often became involved. Relatives travelled from neighbouring villages and towns. Friends arrived carrying gifts and congratulations. Musicians prepared their instruments. Cooks worked tirelessly to prepare large quantities of food. For a brief moment, ordinary routines gave way to celebration. In cities such as Istanbul, Bursa, or Edirne, wealthy families could organise remarkably elaborate weddings. Processions moved through the streets. Fine clothing was displayed. Guests enjoyed generous feasts and entertainment. In smaller towns and villages, the celebrations were often simpler, but no less meaningful. The purpose remained the same: to publicly recognise the union of two families and to celebrate the beginning of a new household. The bride often became the centre of attention. Her carefully prepared clothing, jewellery, and trousseau were displayed with pride. Items that had taken years to assemble were finally brought into the marriage. For her family, this moment carried powerful emotions. A daughter who had spent her entire life in one household was preparing to begin another. For the groom, the wedding marked the transition into new responsibilities. Marriage was not viewed merely as a personal achievement. It carried obligations. An Ottoman wedding feast was not simply a meal served after a ceremony. It was the main event. Long before guests remembered the details of the wedding contract or the exact words spoken during the celebrations, they remembered the feast. They remembered the dishes, the music, the crowds, and whether the host family had demonstrated the generosity expected of respectable people. In many ways, an Ottoman wedding was judged by its food. That may sound unfair. Then again, human beings have been evaluating major life events based on catering quality for thousands of years. Some traditions never disappear. Across the Ottoman Empire, from the bustling streets of Istanbul to small villages in Anatolia and the Balkans, weddings were among the largest social gatherings a family could organise. They brought together relatives, neighbours, business associates, religious figures, and sometimes complete strangers who somehow managed to appear whenever large quantities of free food became available. The scale depended largely on wealth. A village farmer might host a few dozen guests. A successful merchant could feed hundreds. Members of the Ottoman elite occasionally organised celebrations so enormous that they resembled public festivals rather than family events. Regardless of size, however, every family faced the same challenge: feed people well, very well. In Ottoman society, hospitality was considered a serious virtue. Guests were viewed as blessings, and generosity enhanced a family's reputation. A host who provided abundant food earned admiration. A host who allowed guests to leave hungry risked becoming the subject of neighbourhood conversations. And neighbourhood conversations had remarkable staying power. A failed feast could become local history. Preparation began long before the wedding day arrived. Families purchased animals for slaughter, collected spices, secured grain, and organised cooking equipment. In larger celebrations, professional cooks were hired. Massive copper cauldrons appeared. Temporary cooking areas were built. Helpers moved constantly between kitchens, courtyards, and storage rooms. The closer the wedding approached, the busier everything became. Relatives arrived carrying supplies. Neighbours offered assistance. Children ran through courtyards pretending to help, while mostly creating additional work. Meanwhile, the cooks focused on the task that mattered most: producing enough food to satisfy a crowd that seemed to grow larger every hour. As the wedding morning arrived, delicious aromas began drifting through the streets. Roasting meat, fresh bread, rice simmering with butter and spices, sweet pastries cooling on trays. Guests followed these scents toward the celebration like sailors navigating by a lighthouse, and once they arrived, they discovered that the feast was only beginning. Once the guests arrived and the celebrations officially began, the true stars of the wedding feast started making their appearance. The food. And there was a lot of it. Modern wedding guests might expect several courses, a buffet, or perhaps a carefully arranged menu. Ottoman wedding guests expected abundance. The goal was not merely to satisfy hunger. The goal was to ensure that every guest left convinced they had attended a truly memorable celebration. One of the most important dishes at almost any Ottoman feast was rice. Not the plain rice many people imagine today, but richly prepared pilaf cooked with butter, broth, spices, nuts, dried fruits, or pieces of meat. Ottoman cooks considered pilaf an art form. A skilled cook could build an entire reputation around preparing exceptional rice. This may sound excessive, but every civilization chooses its priorities. Some build monuments, others perfect rice. The Ottomans attempted both. Large platters of pilaf often occupied the centre of communal dining arrangements. Guests gathered around them, sharing meals in groups. Hospitality encouraged generosity, and hosts wanted everyone to eat well. Alongside the rice came soups, another cornerstone of Ottoman cuisine. Rich lentil soups, meat-based broths, and hearty stews appeared in enormous quantities. These dishes could feed large crowds efficiently while still providing warmth and flavour. In fact, soup was so important to Ottoman food culture that even elite households consumed it regularly. A wedding feast simply offered a much grander version. Bread accompanied nearly everything. Freshly baked loaves arrived constantly from ovens working throughout the day. Bread served both practical and social purposes. It filled stomachs, complemented other dishes, and ensured that even guests arriving late could find something satisfying to eat. Then came the meat. For many ordinary people in the empire, meat was not an everyday luxury. Weddings therefore provided a rare opportunity to enjoy large quantities of lamb, mutton, chicken, or beef. Roasted meats appeared on platters, stewed meats simmered in cauldrons, skewered meats cooked over open fires. The smell alone could attract attention from several streets away, and occasionally from neighbours who suddenly discovered a strong interest in maintaining friendly relations with the host family. As servants and helpers carried dish after dish through crowded courtyards, guests quickly realised something. This was only the beginning. Because while rice, soup, bread and meat formed the foundation of the feast, the Ottomans had no intention of stopping there. The most impressive dishes were still waiting to be served. If the rice, soup, and roasted meats formed the foundation of an Ottoman wedding feast, the next dishes were designed to accomplish something equally important. They were meant to impress. A wedding was one of the few opportunities a family had to demonstrate its prosperity to a large audience. Guests naturally noticed the quality of the food, the variety of dishes, and the generosity of the host. Families knew this. Their guests knew this. The neighbours definitely knew this. As a result, wedding feasts often included special dishes reserved for important occasions. One of the most admired was stuffed lamb. In wealthier households, entire lambs could be prepared with fillings of rice, nuts, spices, dried fruits, and herbs. The presentation alone created excitement. When such a dish appeared, conversations often paused as guests admired the effort involved. And in a society that appreciated culinary skill, admiration was almost as important as appetite. The Ottomans loved combining sweet and savoury flavours in ways that surprise many modern diners. Wedding guests might encounter meat cooked with apricots, raisins, figs, or plums. Cinnamon sometimes appeared in dishes where modern people would never expect to find it. To Ottoman cooks, these combinations represented sophistication. To some first-time guests, they probably represented confusion. Fortunately, confusion tends to disappear quickly when the food tastes good. Another popular feature of large feasts was the variety of stews. Huge copper cauldrons simmered throughout the day, producing rich dishes flavoured with onions, garlic, spices, and slow-cooked meat. These stews could feed enormous numbers of people while maintaining the rich flavours guests expected from a major celebration. The preparation required significant effort. Cooks often worked through the night before the feast. Assistants chopped vegetables, carried water, maintained fires, and stirred massive pots for hours. In the largest celebrations, entire teams coordinated the cooking operation. The kitchen sometimes resembled a military headquarters, except with fewer swords and considerably more onions. Guests also enjoyed seasonal specialties. Fresh vegetables, fruits, nuts, and local delicacies appeared depending on the region and time of year. A wedding in Anatolia might feature somewhat different dishes than a celebration in Syria, Egypt, or the Balkans, but the principle remained the same: abundance, variety, generosity. The feast was intended to make guests feel honoured, and as plate after plate continued arriving, most certainly did. Yet despite all the attention given to meat, rice, and elaborate main courses, everyone understood there was another part of the meal many guests anticipated even more eagerly: the sweets. Because no Ottoman wedding feast was complete without desserts capable of making an already satisfied guest somehow find room for another serving. By the time the main courses began disappearing from the tables, most guests should have been completely full. The problem was that Ottoman wedding hosts had absolutely no intention of stopping there. Now came the sweets, and refusing sweets at an Ottoman celebration was often much harder than refusing a second serving of meat. A polite guest might insist he could not possibly eat another bite. The host would politely insist that he absolutely could. This discussion could continue for quite some time. Desserts occupied a special place in Ottoman food culture. The empire inherited culinary traditions from Central Asia, Persia, the Arab world, Anatolia, and the Balkans, creating one of the richest dessert traditions anywhere in the early modern world. Wedding feasts provided the perfect opportunity to display it. One of the most beloved treats was baklava. Layer upon layer of delicate pastry surrounded chopped nuts and sweet syrup, creating a dessert so famous that centuries later, people are still arguing about who makes it best. Some debates never truly end. Large trays of baklava appeared at important celebrations, often cut into carefully shaped portions and distributed among guests. Wealthier families sometimes ordered enormous quantities to ensure nobody left disappointed. Then there was helva. Prepared in numerous varieties throughout the empire, helva could be made from flour, semolina, honey, sugar, butter, or nuts depending on local traditions. It appeared at weddings, religious celebrations, and family gatherings across Ottoman society. For many guests, no feast felt complete without it. Other sweets followed: fruit preserves, candied nuts, honey-soaked pastries, sweet cakes flavoured with rosewater or citrus, dried fruits imported from distant provinces. The variety itself became part of the spectacle. A wealthy host wanted guests to see abundance wherever they looked. Sugar represented luxury for much of Ottoman history, making elaborate desserts a visible sign of prosperity. When tables overflowed with sweets, guests understood the message immediately. This family had spared no expense. Children naturally benefited the most from this portion of the feast. While adults discussed marriages, politics, business, and family affairs, younger guests often focused on the dessert trays with remarkable concentration. Future generations may change technology, language, and fashion, but children locating sweets at public gatherings remains one of humanity's most consistent skills. As the desserts circulated through the crowd, conversation grew livelier. Guests relaxed, laughter spread, musicians prepared for the next phase of the celebration. Because the wedding feast was never only about eating, the food brought people together, the entertainment kept them there. And as evening approached, the sounds of music, singing, and celebration began to take over from the clatter of dishes and serving trays. Once the feast had satisfied everyone's appetite, the wedding entered a new stage. Now it was time to entertain the guests. An Ottoman wedding was never designed to be a quiet gathering where people ate politely and went home early. These celebrations often lasted for hours, sometimes days, and required enough entertainment to keep hundreds of people engaged. Fortunately, the Ottomans excelled at public celebrations. Music formed the heart of the festivities. Musicians arrived carrying drums, flutes, lutes, tambourines, and various regional instruments. Depending on the location, guests might hear the powerful sound of the zurna, a piercing woodwind instrument capable of being heard across an entire neighbourhood, accompanied by large drums whose rhythm could be felt almost as much as heard. Quiet was not the objective. Making sure everyone knew a wedding was taking place certainly was. As the music began, the atmosphere transformed. Guests who had spent the feast discussing family matters suddenly found themselves clapping to the rhythm. Children danced freely. Young men gathered together in energetic group dances. Older guests smiled while pretending they had no interest in joining. Many eventually joined anyway. Traditional dances varied enormously across the Ottoman Empire. The empire stretched across 3 continents and included dozens of cultures, languages, and local customs. A wedding in Bosnia looked different from a wedding in Anatolia. A celebration in Syria differed from one in Albania or Greece. Yet music remained universal. Every community brought its own songs and dances to the occasion. Professional entertainers also appeared at wealthier weddings. Storytellers performed humorous tales, poets recited verses, musicians demonstrated their skills, acrobats occasionally entertained crowds with remarkable displays of balance and agility. Some imperial celebrations even included jugglers, animal performances, mock battles, and elaborate spectacles designed to impress visitors. The goal was simple: keep people talking about the wedding long after it ended. Laughter became an important part of the celebration. Friends teased one another. Relatives exchanged stories. Old family memories resurfaced. The wedding was one of the rare occasions when multiple generations gathered in the same place, creating opportunities for connection that might not happen again for years. Meanwhile, the bride and groom remained at the centre of attention. Every song, every dance, and every cheer ultimately celebrated their union. The feast had brought everyone together. The entertainment transformed the gathering into a celebration. and as the evening continued, the crowd kept growing, because some of the most important guests were still arriving, guests whose presence mattered almost as much as the food itself. No matter how impressive the food was or how talented the musicians might be, an Ottoman wedding feast depended on one thing above all else: the guests. A wedding was not merely the union of two individuals. It was a public event that strengthened relationships, displayed social connections, and reinforced a family's place within the community. Who attended mattered, and who did not attend could matter even more. As guests continued arriving throughout the day, the host family carefully welcomed each one. Important relatives received special attention. Elder family members were shown respect. Community leaders, religious figures, successful merchants, and influential neighbours often occupied places of honour. Their presence added prestige to the celebration. A wedding attended by respected members of the community reflected positively on the families involved. In many Ottoman towns, invitations extended far beyond close relatives. Friends, business partners, neighbours, former associates, and distant cousins all found their way to the feast. And Ottoman families had a remarkable number of cousins. Some appeared to emerge from branches of the family tree nobody had examined for decades. Yet somehow they always arrived in time for dinner. Hospitality required that they be welcomed warmly. The larger the gathering, the greater the honour. This generosity served an important purpose. Weddings strengthened social bonds. Guests attended not only to celebrate, but also to demonstrate support for the newly formed household. Relationships were renewed, friendships were reinforced, business connections were maintained. A wedding could function as a social gathering, family reunion, and networking event all at once. The wealthier celebrations sometimes attracted government officials, military officers, prominent scholars, or members of the local elite. In the imperial capital, weddings involving important families occasionally became significant public events that drew attention far beyond the immediate circle of relatives. Ordinary weddings were naturally smaller, but the principle remained identical. People came together. Communities gathered. Connections were strengthened. The seating arrangements themselves often reflected social customs. Elders received respect. Honoured guests occupied prominent places. Younger attendees generally understood where they belonged, at least most of the time. Every large family gathering throughout history has contained at least one person determined to sit somewhere inappropriate. Human nature remains wonderfully consistent. As conversations filled the courtyards and halls, the wedding became more than a feast. It became a display of community itself. People who might not meet again for months shared food, stories, laughter, and memories. And for the host family, seeing so many guests gathered together was deeply satisfying. Because in Ottoman society, generosity was measured not only by what was served, it was measured by how many people came to enjoy it. While ordinary Ottoman families hosted impressive wedding feasts, the celebrations organised by the imperial court operated on an entirely different scale. These were not simply weddings, they were public spectacles. When members of the Ottoman dynasty married, the festivities could continue for days or even weeks. Entire sections of cities transformed into celebration grounds. Temporary structures appeared. Markets became crowded. Travellers arrived from distant provinces hoping to witness the events. The empire itself seemed to pause and join the party. One of the most famous examples occurred during the reign of Sultan Murad III in the late 16th century. The circumcision festival held for his son became one of the grandest celebrations in Ottoman history. Although not technically a wedding, it demonstrated the extraordinary scale of imperial feasting and entertainment. Thousands upon thousands of guests attended. Foreign ambassadors observed the festivities with amazement. Huge quantities of food were distributed to soldiers, officials, scholars, craftsmen, and ordinary citizens. For days, cooks worked almost continuously. Massive cauldrons lined the celebration grounds. Bread, rice, meat, sweets, and countless other dishes flowed through the city. The goal extended beyond hospitality. These celebrations displayed imperial power. The message was clear. The Ottoman dynasty possessed enough wealth and resources to feed enormous crowds, while simultaneously funding music, performances, and public spectacles. It was political theatre served alongside dinner. And unlike many political events, people generally left satisfied. Entertainment reached extraordinary levels as well. Acrobats performed daring feats, wrestlers competed before cheering crowds, storytellers entertained audiences for hours, musicians played throughout the festivities, fireworks illuminated the night sky in later centuries. Foreign visitors frequently recorded their astonishment at what they witnessed. Many had never seen celebrations on such a scale. Even the presentation of food became a spectacle. Servants carried enormous trays through crowded areas. Special dishes were prepared specifically for elite guests. The logistics alone required careful planning. Moving enough food to feed thousands of people without creating complete chaos was an achievement worthy of its own celebration. Fortunately, Ottoman administrators possessed considerable experience managing large operations. Empires tend to develop that skill. These grand events influenced wedding traditions throughout society. Wealthier families often imitated aspects of imperial celebrations whenever possible. Few could match the resources of the sultans. Many certainly tried. Yet regardless of whether a wedding took place in a palace or a village courtyard, one thing remained constant. The feast was about more than food. It was about generosity. And nowhere was that generosity more visible than in the tradition of feeding people far beyond the guest list itself. For many Ottoman families, the wedding feast was not limited to invited guests. In fact, one of the greatest signs of generosity was feeding people who had never received an invitation at all. This might seem unusual today. Modern weddings often involve carefully counted guest lists, assigned seating, and detailed calculations about how many meals need to be ordered. Ottoman celebrations frequently operated according to a different philosophy. If food remained available and hungry people were nearby, they should be fed. This attitude was especially visible during large weddings hosted by wealthy families, local notables, and members of the imperial elite. Huge quantities of food were prepared specifically because hosts expected more people to appear than originally planned. And they usually did. Neighbours stopped by. Travellers passed through. Poor families heard about the celebration. Curious spectators gathered near the festivities. Before long, the feast extended well beyond the original guest list. In Ottoman culture, hospitality carried both social and religious importance. Feeding others was considered a virtuous act. Weddings therefore became opportunities not only to celebrate a marriage, but also to demonstrate generosity toward the wider community. Large cauldrons of soup might be distributed to crowds. Bread could be handed out freely. Rice dishes and meat stews were sometimes prepared in such quantities that entire neighbourhoods benefited from the celebration. For poorer members of society, wedding feasts occasionally provided one of the best meals they would eat all year. This reality was particularly important in times and places where meat remained relatively expensive. A wedding might offer foods that many people rarely enjoyed in ordinary life. The host family gained respect. The community benefited. Everyone generally considered this a good arrangement. Of course, Feeding large numbers of unexpected guests required careful planning. Cooks needed reserves. Servants needed organisation. Supplies needed to be abundant. Running out of food was one of the worst outcomes imaginable. Guests could forgive many things. An empty serving tray was much harder to overlook. The fear of this embarrassment encouraged hosts to prepare far more food than they believed necessary. Better to have leftovers than stories. Stories lasted for years. Food disappeared in minutes. This generosity also helped strengthen community relationships. People remembered which families treated others kindly during important occasions. Acts of hospitality created goodwill that often lasted long after the wedding ended. As the feast continued into the evening, guests, neighbours, and visitors all shared the same food and celebrations. The wedding had become something larger than a family event. It had become a community gathering. And as darkness approached, one final stage remained. The moment when the celebration began winding down and guests reflected on a feast they would remember for years to come. As the sun began to set and the final dishes disappeared from the serving tables, an Ottoman wedding feast entered its last stage. Not the end of the celebration, the end of the feast itself. Guests were still talking, musicians were still playing, and children were still finding surprising amounts of energy despite spending the entire day running through courtyards and chasing sweets. But gradually, people began preparing for departure. And this was the moment when a wedding's success became clear. Not through official announcements, not through accounting records, but through conversation.